Bon matin, good morning everyone. So we're gonna go ahead with our new experimental human in the middle Q&A block. So this block is a little bit more experimental. The theme of the NorthSec this year is human in the middle. So we're gonna see all sorts of things. I've heard they're all very great talks. So I'm very excited for this. So your moderator will be Octavia. She's an independent security researcher, security engineering, purple teaming, adversary emulation, and all of sort of things. And she presented multiple times in the past at NorthSec around disinformation. So I think she'll be a great fit to moderate this panel. So please welcome her to the stage.
All right, thanks everyone. So I'm really excited to welcome Garrett Myler to the stage. Garrett is a senior OT cybersecurity specialist at Red Trident and a proud US Air Force reservist. He has over a decade of experience supporting threat intelligence and cyber operations within the US Department of Defense, from strategic to tactical levels of operation. So he's traveled the world performing vulnerability assessments on industrial control systems, supporting critical infrastructure, and Garrett has experience in engaging cybersecurity instructor, presenter, and has trained professionals and addressed audiences from around the world. So he's a CISSP, a GIAC certified forensic analyst, an ISA 62443 certified expert, and he has a master's of science in digital forensics and cyber investigation. So Mr. Myler is honored to fill the role of husband with his wife Julie and father of 5 children. So Garrett, thank you so much for joining us. We're really excited to have you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm aware of the Spot the Fed game that sometimes takes place at conferences like these. Those of us who've been doing it long enough know that it's not worth hiding. Usually the haircut and a number of other things give it away, so I just tell you straight up front. But I am not currently, besides my affiliation with the Air Force Reserves. But thank you for that introduction. Now that you know who I am, let's just dig into it. Beware of infosec influencers. I am aware that the irony of me being on stage here telling you to beware of influencers. Obviously, I'm here to influence you a little bit, but I hope, and I think it's kind of funny that NorthSec brought in someone from Texas, and I'm not, obviously you can tell I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm leaning into that. I'm not from around here. I think they thought that'd be helpful because if things go bad, they could say, yeah, those Yankees are just so rude, bring in an outsider to call out infosec influencers. But I do want a couple disclaimers to make sure this goes well, and that, because I generally don't mean to be a jerk. I would certainly rather be enlightening instead of offending in this presentation. So influencers, I use that term in the colloquial sense as we've come to know it with social media. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with being influential. I think it's a righteous desire to seek to be to expand your influence. But I'm kind of using it, and as we understand it, like on Instagram and pranksters on YouTube and things like that. So speaking along those lines, let's kind of start. And so the actually more accurate term is probably clout chasers. And also, as I mentioned, I'm a father of 5. Everything's bigger in Texas, including the families, I guess. And I want to make sure that we are clear that I'm critiquing the behavior and not the individuals, right? Hopefully, that's kind of like my dad coming out here, that you are more than the sum of the mistakes or that you make. You can critique behavior without condemning the individual. So that's not what I intend to do here either. Influencing. You might have seen like influencers in the wild. Influencing, it's just kind of part of our social media landscape now, influencers and clout chasing. But there's a certain line that we can see where it becomes unhealthy and becomes even dangerous. These are all incidences from last year. We had a young woman taking a selfie from a waterfall in Hong Kong, and she was so focused on taking the picture of herself, hopefully to get those Instagram likes, I assume, she fell to her death, unfortunately. And then also, I looked for examples from Montreal, and I think it's probably a positive note. I couldn't find any dramatic cases such as these from Montreal, but this YouTuber, you might know this guy last year was shot and nearly died because he was doing like a prank all up in this guy's face. And in the States, people carry guns. I know that's a little different here, but and so the guy was scared. He had multiple people around him. I'm not going to make my own commentary on whether or not it was an ethical shoot, but the shooter, I think it's something that's interesting is he was found not too long ago. He was found innocent, the shooter, and I think it probably had more to do with people being annoyed with influencers and YouTube pranksters, like kind of sympathizing, than with the legalities of whether or not it was a justified self-defense. But anyways, and then the last example here that I have is a daredevil that fell to his death from 68th floor, and that's what he was known for online, and that's where he got a lot of attention and likes. So those are some non-cyber examples. So this is kind of demonstrates that clout chasing can go from harmless, and at some point it becomes dangerous. And when does it become dangerous? It becomes dangerous when clout is prioritized over like legitimate threats, things that you should be putting way above getting likes or attention. So it's kind of the gist of this presentation is that this is happening in the infosec community, in the professional world, and sometimes it's easy to see it and recognize it when it's on Instagram and it's just individuals, but it's happening in infosec. And I want to make a differentiation about the hype. I'm not a big fan of hype. We all kind of roll our eyes when it's done by vendors, but the difference with vendors is that it's expected. It's kind of more on that harmless end because we can all kind of poke fun on, we're not whitelisting, we're not blacklisting, it's AI secret sauce, like we can all kind of see the marketing and okay, yes, and roll our eyes because it's expected, but it becomes more insidious when it's done by individual practitioners or people who are not necessarily representing a product or service, but just kind of experts in the community. And I'm seeing that, and that's kind of what I'm generally talking about here. So how is it insidious? Like, why does it matter? Obviously, no one's going to get shot or fall off a cliff because they're what they post on LinkedIn or anything like that. But I believe it is insidious and that there is a risk to it because tolerable risk is a thing. These are a couple points that I think we need to understand as to why this isn't good in the community. And I point tolerable risk because I'm always kind of promoting a risk-based approach. In my practice in ICS and OT cybersecurity, sometimes I've seen firsthand damage that can be done when practitioners who are good at what they do and identifying vulnerabilities, they think of risk, or at least they present risk, as the sum of vulnerabilities, and it's much more nuanced than that. For those of who don't know, just a kind of a refresher, make sure we're all on the same page. Cyber risk is when threat actors exploit one or more vulnerabilities to create an adverse impact. And there are multiplication signs in between those. So if you don't have one of those ingredients, if there's no impact, there's actually no risk. You might have had an incident, but it might not really represent a risk if there's no impact, adverse impact. So sometimes we forget that tolerable risk is a thing. And if we think that, and a lot of practitioners have an altruistic and righteous desire to bring risk down to zero. But the problem is when they don't remember the context that to the decision makers, the people who hold the budget, the people you're trying to convince to improve cybersecurity that aren't cybersecurity professionals, they have other things outside of cybersecurity that they have to consider, that they have to prioritize. And so sometimes, it's easier to justify looking at the most sexy vulnerability or the thing that you're most interested in when you think, well, if everything needs to be mitigated, if every vulnerability is bad, then there's no harm in me promoting this one, even if it's not that relevant. But with limited time and limited resources, everyone is prioritizing risk. Everything needs to be prioritized. And I think there's a subconscious assumption that what is being talked about the most or emphasized the most by practitioners, by the experts, are the most important things. And so I'll give you kind of a real world example, just a little insight. I did a penetration test on a train, And then I was brought in to kind of review and kind of help fix some of the problems that were created by a neighboring train line. And the main thing is there was multiple vulnerabilities found in their penetration test. They did a great job, but for whatever reason, it wasn't necessarily in the report. There were actually vulnerabilities that they were ranked as high, but it was 802.11w management frame protections, which is basically allows people to DOS a network. But that's why you don't use Wi-Fi for critical infrastructure. We don't use Wi-Fi for critical processes. But that was the main takeaway they got from the pen test, and it spun up because that's what they were most familiar with. That's what they understood the most, and that's what they kind of got from the experts when there were much more important things that they maybe should have been mitigating. So here's another, so we're gonna transition from individuals to organizations, but this is still a non-cyber example. Every time, I don't know if it happens very much in Montreal, but at least in the States, on Facebook, every time school comes around, you get these posts warning people, don't post anything personal about your kids on Facebook. That's not a bad piece of advice per se, but I noticed here that they all kind of said the same thing. It looks like there was a little copy pasta between the counties. I know it's pretty small, but like all three of these counties in different areas and state of the United States said, no matter your privacy settings or friends. They seem to hype up the threat that you're not, you could only have maybe 100 of your closest friends and family following you. It's still too dangerous. And I kind of thought, why are they hyping this up? It's true if you know FBI crime statistics. It's true that actually most child abductions occur from people who know the family or the child. But how many of those child abductions are a result of people scouring, finding out where the kid goes to school and what their teacher's name is from a Facebook post, especially if it's private, if you have a privacy settings set well. So I think this was more, sometimes we see organizations like these police departments. By the way, I looked up a couple of them. I'm not familiar with these areas. One of them is like one of the top 3 most wealthiest counties in their state. So I don't think these are high. I don't think they're posting because it's like a really realistic threat. They're posting because these type of things is just something that gets attention and is talked about at the beginning of every school year. And I think it would be more useful and more helpful if they provided more accurate information, because the risk here is that parents will come away with like a false sense of security. The same parents who are going, oh, they're seeing this and they're being influenced by this and they're going, okay, I'm not going to do this. I'm with my kid. But then they'll also post like a birthday shot, on the day of their kid's birthday, so they know exactly how. And they'll also post information that indicates, exactly where they're at, with the area in which they live. As we're going to have a talk on OSINT, as you guys should know, you take the kid's birthday and they're where they live, and you can probably find out what school they go. With a high likelihood, you'll know what school they go to, and what their grade they're in, what their class schedule. All that stuff is online. So now we'll move into kind of the infosec. Now, again, I don't want to be a jerk, so I've made some. Obviously, you guys can probably find this if you tried, but I've made some efforts to be gentle because I don't want to condemn the person, just the behavior. But here we go. Here's a quick shot of kind of what I think is one of the best examples of hype moving into clout chasing by individuals.
I'm one of the founding researchers for a new and emerging field called cyberpsychology. 90% of all cyber attacks include some form of social engineering. 95% of all cyber attacks include phishing. Phishing is the most common attack by far, period.
Phishing attacks are becoming more and more prevalent. 82% of attacks are started with a phishing email.
This is not slowing down, it's only speeding up. 90% of all cyber attacks include some form of social engineering.
Okay, so did anyone catch the really funny thing about the statistics of the first guy, the TED Talk? Shout it out. I like engagement a little bit. Let's mix it up a little bit. Let's have some fun. I see some nodding over here. Anyone want to shout out what was kind of very off about the first set of statistics? He gave 2 statistics. It's one about social engineering and one about phishing. Come on, shout it out. Go ahead, don't be shy. All right. Not everyone's got that loud, obnoxious Texan in them. That's okay, I understand. So, he said that 90% of all attacks started with social engineering and 95% started with phishing. Phishing is a subset of social engineering. That number should never be higher. To the credit to the second guy in the video, he was citing that 82%. He was accurately citing at the time that was the number, and you could see I like the Verizon's database intrusion report or whatever it's called, the DBIR. Data breach and intrusion report. I think they do a great job at providing accurate and industry-wide information. And that second gentleman, very popular, you might know him, but he was accurately citing the current, probably when it was filmed, the most current number from the DBIR, 82%, but it wasn't phishing, it's all the human element. And what's actually interesting in that report, as well as the most recent one that just came out, is that stolen credentials is included in the human element, and it actually dominates that category of activity. So. I did some digging. I've been working on this topic. It's kind of been like a thorn in my side for the past 5 years. So about 5 years ago, I said, that doesn't sound right. It doesn't feel right, doesn't sound right. That sounds too high. So I went and dug, and you see, it's to the credit of the 2 speakers that I featured there. CISA is regurgitating it, Splunk was one of them up there. So people that you would expect to know better, it's that statistic is just thrown in, and it's always like reports say. And so it took me some digging to get to where I think some of this started, and it goes back to this 2012 Trend micro paper, and they said in the very top that the context of their paper was that they analyzed, spear phishing, APT-related spear phishing from February to September of 2012 for 8 months. And that's where they're presenting the information for, that's their data source. So to me, the question is, why wasn't it? It's kind of a little surprising that it wasn't 100% of 91% of targets attacked involved spear phishing emails. I want to understand where that other 9% is, because I kind of would have expected it to be closer to 100. And that's kind of where sometimes we're not careful. I'm kind of advocating being thoughtful and careful before you share, before you post, because there's that telephone, it's that operator game, right, that we used to play as kids. You hear 82% human element, and you kind of you misspeak and say it's phishing, and it kind of gets caught on. And that presentation was by a very popular journalist report, cybersecurity journalist report. So it's very popular, and things get popular, and if it's not accurate, it could adversely influence how decision makers are thinking about risk. They're going to be doing it more because they don't have the time to look up the statistics, to read to dig into the DBIR to make sure that the experts they're relying on got it right. They just have to trust. They don't have the time. So, okay, here's another example that kind of was, besides the phishing thing that I started thinking about 5 years ago, inspired this presentation. The FBI back last year tweeted about juice jacking. Now raise your hand if you heard about juice jacking. Quite a few of you. Please leave your hand up if you are aware of an instance of it actually happening in the real world? No one? Me neither. And I work for the government, and I'm a Fed, okay? It doesn't mean that it's not possible, but it's not probable. If it was, I would doubt major airports would still be installing them today. And so I kind of, but you see how much attention it got online, hundreds of comments, thousands of retweets, thousands of likes, and hundreds of bookmarks or whatever. I don't use that feature on X. Here's another, around the same time, just a few days later, they posted this tweet about multi-factor authentication, using multi-factor authentication, how important it is for when you're using, particularly you're using like those payment apps. This is way more relevant and way more important to people than juice jacking. But look how few engagement they got from that. So you kind of see why the FBI and other prominent organizations that you think would know better and do better, even government organizations that don't have the same profit motives as vendors, you would think they're more altruistic, they are engaging in it too. So, because it just gets more attention, and everyone loves attention. Usually attention drives budgets, so the infosec, the people running the FBI Denver's Twitter, they want to have a job next year, so they got to get followers and likes. So there's always you got to understand the human element. So on my way here, I kind of poked a little fun at this. I brought this tweet back up, and I added, or whatever you want to call it. Again, I'm not an influencer. I'm not good at this. I have a pathetic amount of followers. But I kind of said, hey, FBI Denver, oh no, I plugged in my Flipper Zero at the Dallas airport. This is a true story. And when I unplugged it, it was frozen. I must have been hacked. If this is such a common threat, if this is such a legitimate threat that deserves attention, there certainly must be a reporting mechanism. How do I report to the airport that I think I might have been, hacked by juice jackers? And I haven't gotten a response yet, and I don't expect one. But I thought this would be fun to bring up, us Americans heard, especially in InfoSec, but I think it's always interesting what makes it across the border and what our Americans are aware of what's happening in Canada. And that the ban, the intent, that I understand now, it's kind of been some water's been thrown on that. But when it was announced that the Flipper Zero, that the Canadian government was looking at making Flipper Zeros illegal, man, can you imagine being a Texan? We have a history of rebellion when the government tries to take away something. Us hackers in Texas were just like, what? They're going to ban? That's just wild. Unfortunately, I think credit to this community. You guys probably were helpful in demonstrating that this is not something that the government, this is a waste of effort. But consider that there were a lot of YouTubers that were hyping and doing kind of misinformation about the Flipper Zero. Oh, look at me, like as if you could steal credit card information, right? And what they were really doing, they were intentionally misleading their viewers because it seemed sexier, it seemed more Hollywood that they could steal credit cards. What they were doing was, there's like bars that you can do you put your credit card and they give you an RFID that's linked to your credit card so that you can get drinks or whatever. I'm not familiar with it that much, but so they would just basically just copy the RFID onto their Flipper Zero, and then just so that they wouldn't explain the whole situation, it makes it look like, oh, look, I'm hacking the beer machines. They're giving me free beer, right? But it's just doing what it's intended. All you did was cloned the RFID you were supposed to have. So is it possible that some of this hype, this unrealistic, and this hype that isn't clout chasing, that wasn't tied to reality, contributed to the Flipper Zero getting the attention of decision makers in the Canadian government? It may have been. I'm running out of time here. This is the kind of the origins. I traced it. It goes back to, again, this isn't because it actually happened. It started back in 2011. It was a DEF CON kind of demo. They had a stand at a conference like this at DEF CON. They had a stand that said, a power charging stand with a sign that said, beware, this potentially could give you malware, and to see how many people still plugged in. So it's just kind of an interesting kind of proof of concept. So it was talked about in 2011. The Federal Communications Commission in the United States kind of brought it up, and then it was brought up by, I think, the Los Angeles Justice Department or whatever, and then, so it just kind of grows legs. There's actually no real connection to reality, it being a practical threat. So here's my last example. I tried to protect his identity, but this guy has like 35,000 followers on LinkedIn. How many of them are purchased? I don't know. You can purchase 10,000 for about $450 Canadian if you're curious. But here is something that he shared after the Scott Key Bridge in Maryland collapsed. I was really frustrated, particularly because I'm one of the few people that have done a vulnerability assessment on board a cargo ship. And I saw all these people, oh, was it hacking? I'm like, most certainly it wasn't. Yes, it could be possible, but there's so many other things, so many more derailments and power outages are caused by non-cyber things. But of course, when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? So, but he loves to use the language, it's a digital, this is a warning about a terrorist attack and a digital 9/11 on the sea, similar to the FAA airspace closure and later F-35 downing. So basically, he seems to be suggesting that an aerial version of cyber 9/11, digital 9/11, had already happened when the FAA was closed. Because if you don't know, the reason why it went down, their NOTAM system went down. Notice to it used to be airmen. I used to be an airborne linguist, so I'm sorry. They made it more politically correct, but it was notice to airmen. It's important information for air crew. Went down because a couple contractors deleted files that they weren't supposed to delete. They were trying to clean stuff up, and that's why it went down. F-35, I had no idea where he's getting that from. It was an incident. Airborne incidents happen. An F-35 crashed. But then he talks about how he's sending reports to really important people. I don't know who J3HQ is. If you do, I think he might be meaning JFHQ, Joint Force Headquarters, but there's multiple. There's JFHQ Cyber, JFHQ Doden. I don't really know who he's referring to, but he says he has evidence, and he's sending them to these really important people. Well, he also shares his evidence. He comes with receipts. So here he's tying the FAA incident that we talked about, the SolarWinds breach, which was a supply chain incident. They implanted Stardust, I think was the name of the malware, into Orion, and then it got shared to all their customers. The bridge collapse in Maryland, which if you don't know they're still investigating it, mostly likely tied to outages that they experienced just before it hit the bridge. There's electrical issues, power outages. The F-35, and then what else? The ransomware of the United Healthcare. All of these are incidents. He's basically suggesting all these stem from DNS. and here's the receipts that he's showing. This is from a tool called DNS Viz. Now, originally he was using Mozilla's observatory, but I think someone must have clued him in that it's checking things for HTTP redirect and strict enforcement of transport security and things like that. And I think someone must have clued him in. It doesn't say anything about DNS, so he stopped using that as his receipts. But clearly, because Lockheed Martin's website isn't implementing DNS security as well as it could have, is not why the F-35 went down. It's not why their Maersk's website DNS security had nothing to do with the cargo ship running into a bridge, okay? So this is an extreme example, but hopefully it gives you, and that's why I was willing to pick on them, because it's just over the top ridiculous. And then here's the real causes. Again, I'm short on, I don't want to go. So why is this important? Therefore what? What can we do about it? I always think it's important. It's not just to rant about something. What are our action items? What can we do about it? First of all, identify clout chasing. Think critically, read thoughtfully, find take the time. The problem is there's no easy solution to this, because we're kind of becoming more of a headline reading, meme consuming generation. We need to take the time to read more thoughtfully, look for evidence, especially if something just feels a little off. Think 95%, phishing, that seems too high. Do not feed the clout chasers. So don't kind of reward them. Don't try. Once you identify it, don't engage and promote. And then promote thoughtful, risk-based content. And some people would say, well, I'm not. That's what LinkedIn is garbage. That's your problem. Twitter or this place or that place or X and that's where the smart people are. But the problem is that we don't want to just be talking to ourselves. We want to go out and reach the decision makers and influence the executives that are kind of doing, making, hold the coin purses. So I would encourage us to kind of go outside our little bubbles of InfoSec, so on places like LinkedIn, to be better influence, to be a positive influence. So I'm going to lead by example. This is a guy in OT. He doesn't know I'm sharing his information today, but he's a very good critical thinker in the OT ICS cybersecurity space. So I try to lead by example. That's all I have. I'm sorry I ran out of time, so I don't have many questions. But during the panel, if you stick around to my favorite person, nuance over hype is kind of one of my favorite phrases that I've developed from this. And my wife and I do a blog called the Cyber Milers podcast on YouTube. So I'll give away this shirt to my favorite during the panel. Thank you very much.
Everyone, we're about to get started. So I would like to welcome Christian Patquin to the floor. Christian is a cryptography and security engineer at Microsoft Research, where he aims to bring new research innovations closer to reality. His work focuses lately on privacy-preserving identity, post-quantum cryptography, and content origin and authentication, especially surrounding the work of C2PA, in which he's a member of the technical working group. Prior to joining Microsoft, he was a crypto developer at Zero Knowledge Systems, developing a Tor precursor, Mixnet, and the chief security engineer at Credentica. So Christian, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, thank you. Hello, everyone, and let's jump straight to it for a second here. So the topic of the talk today is how can we distinguish real from fake, and how we can fight this evolving problem of online disinformation. And disinformation is in our faces every day, every week. You've probably all recognized this picture that was, apparently it was not a real picture. I was surprised, but turned out to be an AI-generated picture of the Pope. And simply looking around and trying to find disinformation incidents, you just get a gazillion search results. Here are a couple of recent ones. One was like an audio forgery, trying to implicate a principal at a school, just out of spite from one of the teachers at the school. Another one, some fake robocalls, which, this one is a bit more dangerous at the society level because it's related to kind of election disinformation. We have ones, speaking of elections, this is the biggest year in recent history for elections because the number of people that are going to vote this year is quite big. I think, I don't forget what the exact number is, but I think like more than 50% of the people on the planet will vote in a democratic election. So it's a lot of it at stake. And in this AI emergence today, it's quite an opportunity to do some damage. And lastly, I also, like Garrett, trying to find a local example, and this is one from more important than election even, which is hockey. It's the example of the Toronto Chief. I don't even know. Like I'm from Canada, but I know nothing about hockey, so I have to double read this. So another fake thing, which was this one was comical. But the point of all this is there's an endless number of examples that are there, and they will keep appearing. So will our life become like an endless game of, not is it cake, like this popular TV show, but is it fake, right? Nowadays, getting an image, a picture, a piece of audio is like getting some information in a text file. Can we trust its origin? All right, and that's what we're going to discuss today. So I'm Christian. I'm always happy to come back to my native Montreal. I've been fortunate to speak at NorthSec a couple of times about post-quantum cryptography. Last year, I talked about the smart health card framework for COVID vaccination credentials. And this year, my work focuses a lot on provenance technologies to fight this online disinformation. So I'm a cryptography engineer, research engineer. I've been in the field for a couple of years. And I'll keep the talk at a fairly, not crazily technical level, but I'm happy to answer deep, crypto questions, and crypto as in cryptography. So now, okay, this is my NASCAR logo slide. So one of the main important piece of technology that we have to fight disinformation is this thing, C2PA. So I think you'll hear this acronym a couple of times. It's like C3PO, right? But C2PA, so it's like can make a little link here. And it stands for a coalition. I kind of have to read it, though. I don't know it by heart. Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity. And it is, it's an emerging of two projects. One's Project Origin and the other one, the Content Authenticity Initiative. I'll come back to it later. But the point is that the industry kind of came together to create this specification to help say, okay, how can we protect digital assets in a way that's verifiable? So we can increase the trust in online ecosystems. Try to memorize that. I'll quiz you later who is in the consortium here. So using the C2PA, we can do a couple of things, and that's what we'll explore in this discussion here. So the C2PA defines a specification to create what we call content credentials. You can think of content credentials as nutritional label for a piece of asset, a digital asset. So it's like, what's in there? Where does it come from? What does it contain? It is an open specification, so everybody can implement it and use it. And its goal is to create a cryptographically signed manifest for digital assets of different types. Right? It could be videos, audio, text files, whatever. And then each manifest, they essentially contain information of okay, what happened to the asset. So we already have pieces of technologies to sign a file. It could be a digital signature that already exists in different formats, JSON, web signatures, XML, digital signatures, PDF signatures, all these things exist. But that's kind of one step in the process. But a lot of these digital assets they have a long lifetime. And a picture, it can be like taken, it can be edited, it can be reviewed by a different entity, it can be transcoded, so it can be more easily shared through a mobile phone instead of a web browser. So there's a lot of transformations along the way. So the C2PA's goal is to define or to capture these transformations. So you can think of like a C2PA manifest store as kind of a like Git log history or GitHub log history of a file. Okay, who did what changed every time, and that's the goal. The manifest can contain things like information about the signer, who signed it, the cryptographic key associated with the signer, but also actions, as I mentioned, like the creation, editing, reviews, and whatnot. Metadata, which can, if the image is AI generated, it can say, okay, it came from this model, from this generative system with these parameters, or it can contain metadata such as do not train, like don't use my picture to train your model, like these type of things that already exist or are coming up for websites to tell AI system to ingest the data. You can actually tag that as a metadata element in an image also. And ingredients is a way also you can combine different pieces of assets. So if you're editing a picture, you can take two of them, merge them, like put them in different layers, and then you can say, okay, this picture came from these 5 other pictures that were combined to create this piece of data. So you can capture all that and have a cryptographic evidence of all these transformations. So let's make that a little bit more concrete with this example. So imagine I have a C2PA enabled camera, and these are starting to appear. So we have in the consortium Sony, we have Leica, Nikon, and they started to make these type of cameras, which they would hold a cryptographic key in there, in a secure element in the camera, just like a TPM would. So then when it captures a picture, the C2PA signer in there would hash the data and create, that's like the more normal way to sign something cryptographically is you take a fingerprint or digital, like hash digest of the data, and then use that and use your key to sign it. So it puts like the hash of the digital asset in an assertion. Then you can put some other metadata. You can, if you have access to a GPS coordinate, you can get that, like a secure timestamp if you have it. Other metadata about what happened at creation time. Then the C2P action in this case is the creation. It gets put in a claim, it gets signed, and then and this manifest is embedded within the picture. And then the specification details how you do that for different asset types. It's different for JPEG, GIF, images. It's different for MP4 and AVI files. It's different for audio files. So there's a lot of work that's specific to the content type, but conceptually it's the same thing. Okay, so now somebody created that picture, and now if you, let's say, edit it in Photoshop, with Photoshop, it's also C2PA compliant. So it would take this, it would verify the first manifest, okay, this picture hasn't been changed. If it would have been changed, Photoshop would warn you the manifest doesn't match. So, okay, you could choose to continue working with it, but at least you have this information. And now let's say that the editor would change the saturation, the filters on the image. It would create a new fingerprint, the digest of this final picture, sign that with its identity and put in the file. So now the file has these two claims, and you can kind of have the history of what happened. So that's okay. So that's the technicality. That's what's happening in the specification. But what can we use that for? Of course, one of the biggest source of disinformation is fake news, right? It's in the news media world. And Project Origin was one of the two organizations that co-founded the C2PA, the coalition, is focused on news organizations. It's actually composed of news media and technology organizations. And the goal is to fight online disinformation. And what they did through the IPTC, which is the International Press Telecommunications Council, which is like a standard organizations, and most news media agencies that you know of, they're probably already part of the IPTC. And they're in the process of creating a trust list of verified publishers and to give them C2PA signing keys. And a local example is that the Radio-Canada, the CBC, is part of this project, is part of this trust list, and they've already kind of started to embed the technology in their processes. So here's an example of a picture that they took that's of the eclipse, and that's signed by them, and then anybody with validation tools can verify it and says, okay, can confirm it did indeed come from Radio-Canada. Now, I will show you just a demonstration of this fact. So our team released an open source browser validator, so to be able to illustrate that. So let's see. Switching to the browser. Okay. So another participant in this consortium is the BBC, and they've actually started to publish content live, signed with C2PA. So here's a web page where it discusses the war in Ukraine, and there's a video in there it's not a video they created, but it's a video that was sent to them by a source. They published it about like an attack that happened, and they verified it. They say, okay, we verified location, we trusted, we did our due diligence reporting, and then we're going to publish it on our website, and they signed it, and they said that they checked it. So, given that it's a BBC video that I'm watching on the BBC website, I'm pretty confident that it is authentic. But what if somebody grabs this video and posts it on their social media site, right? This fake social media site here for illustration purposes. But this user, Alice, she posted, I don't know if she's a she, let's just say she's a she for example reason here. She posted that she was at a Taylor Swift concert last night. She must have great connections because she looks like she's in the front row area, like VIP area, so good job here. And then she posted that video from the BBC, but we don't know if it's authentic. I don't know if she might have changed some little piece of information right in the middle of the video, changing the story and feeding disinformation. And she also posted that CBC picture about the eclipse here. So if you use our browser extension, which I install here, I'm just going to turn it on and reload the page. What the browser extension, which is, as I mentioned, is an open source tool that you can get from our GitHub repo. It inspects the images and videos on the page and then detects if there's a C2PA manifest in there. And if it is, it surfaces the validation status. So now we see that this Taylor Swift video has a little CR logo, which is the credential logo. So that means there's information. So if I click on it, I see that, oh, this video has been signed by OpenAI. So, okay. So a little, see that Alice is not very forthcoming about her activities, because that's clearly not a real picture, as is proven here. So OpenAI and Microsoft Copilot, by the way, they've started to sign all their images using the C2PA standard. And until the platforms start to validate that for us, like some browser integrated tools like that can be helpful to detect that. In fact, 2 days ago, LinkedIn just announced that they start to validate C2PA content on their platform. So that's kind of the first social media site to announce that. And then Google, they also joined the steering committee of the C2PA a month ago, and Google has a lot of web properties like YouTube, and also there's going to be, we see a lot of the players starting to integrate these technologies in the pipelines. So now, okay, we see that this BBC video is here, and there's a little mark, and it is verified, and in fact, by the BBC key that's in the IPTC verified publisher trust list. So now I have a link. So this out-of-context video has been authenticated as if I've consumed it directly from the BBC website. And finally, that little image that I showed earlier is also signed by a Project Origin verified publisher. So there you go. The little QR code in the image before will get you to a site with all this information, but that's the kind of, can get more information on the Project Origin verified publisher trust list here. So you can go there to learn more about it. Okay, let's get back to the presentation. So now, okay, what's going on? So this C2PA is a standard, right? It's a technical standard. And there's a lot to be done in the ecosystem to make this ubiquitous and to help, protect the ecosystem to fight this disinformation. It's very early days, and I like to compare it to the HTTPS transition, right? So if your website 20 years ago, like everybody's running HTTP, and then you see a couple of HTTPS websites, and then, okay, and these are like the crazy secure people, and then it gets more common, and then fast forward to today, if you're, pertaining to be a news media organization serving a website on HTTP, you look extremely suspicious. So it's like, I'm not going to trust that, right? And then the tools, the browser tools, the client tools just warn you and force you to click through insane UI to just see the content. So imagine that, I think that the same thing is going to happen with the data itself. So you can think of C2PA as the HTTPS for the files locally in the data assets themselves. So then, now we see, on the news, okay, the BBC, CBC, that's not a lot, but then the full industry is getting onboarded. And then in 10 years, if you get a piece of something on CNN video that's posted on Facebook and it's not been authenticated, it's like suspicious, probably not real. So I think that's where it's going. But to get there, there's a lot of things to do. And given this community, first, a lot of security experts, it's a new specification, a lot of new implementations. There's going to be a lot of bugs at every level. So if you're interested to go and help with that, the coalition is pretty open. There's a lot of new members joining all the time, new organizations joining, or just reviewing the specs. It's all open. You can go and file bugs. There's a lot also, I just heard statistics about spear phishing being the most important thing. But, disinformation, fake content, fake audio things. So it has a lot of implications. in our industry. So are there ways to incorporate this in business processes to help fight these type of phishing attacks? I know there's a task force in the C2PA to protect live video feeds, you know, like in Teams calls or in Zoom calls and all these things to see, okay, am I talking with the right person? Can it be authenticated with cryptographic keys? So these things are looking, they're in the process of being developed, and maybe you have some good scenarios that you want to share with the coalition there to make sure it's there. And yeah, so that's open invitation. So if you're interested, and if you have specific use cases, specifically they're kind of technically not currently under the radar of the coalition, you can let me know, and I'm happy to connect you or go explore that with you. Okay, so now in the last few minutes, I'd like to switch gear from like the content themselves to the accounts. We all remember the funny week that happened when Twitter announced that they changed the way they do verified accounts, right? So they kind of opened the door and to allow anybody to register and say, yeah, I'm this company, and then we had some funny tweets that were, you know, LeBron James announcing that he's changing teams. Nintendo kind of did a very out of character display of their intellectual property here, and more kind of dangerously, the Eli Lilly, I don't even know how to pronounce that, Eli Lilly company, they make the insulin, announcing that they make insulin for free forever, and it affected their stock price for the day. It just crashed. So, of course, now the question is there something we can do to increase trust in these kind of verified accounts and these blue check marks? So right now, they're kind of siloed, right? Each platform, they control their own, they have their own mechanisms. But if I don't know if you know, I don't know if the news made it here, but we have a big election coming up in the United States this year. And it's, you know, if like you're JoeBiden.com, then you say, I'd like to be able to authoritatively say, these are all my social accounts on all these platforms. This is the source of truth. And then we can check that, okay, JoeBiden.com is the one source of trust. And then we developed this framework to help with that. It's called the Cross-Platform Origin of Content, XPOC. And the goal is to take these little icons that every human can go verify, right? Right now, this validation is a manual process where you have to go there, see the icons, see the Twitter little logo or the Facebook, go there, check, okay, it's really Joe Biden's website or it's Joe Biden's account. So what XPOC does is to take these little icons and links and put it in a JSON file that can be automatically verified by tools. So I'll give you an example. Let's say we have this alexexample.com, which holds this XPOC manifest for Alex. And it contains a link to all its social accounts and also some of their content. Because you could have content you don't control. For example, if I participate in this conference, the video is going to be out. NorthSec is going to post it on their account. But I could still say in my manifest, yes, I authorize this content. You know, like, yes, I authorize this message. So the link to this video, I claim that it's actually me in this video. And this is what this framework can do. And it's also allow you to put over there at the content on the platforms you don't control, but you can put in the UI there a little comment, a URI back to your manifest so people can go say, okay, this video claims to be from Alex's example. I click on this link, and then I can check on the origin website, the claimed origin website to see if there's actually a feedback loop that says, oh yeah, this link actually appears in the manifest, therefore allowing to trust, to give an extra trust signal in the validation of this data. And this is a little demo, let's see. I have 5 minutes left, so I'll either show the demo, or if, more interestingly, if there are some questions from the audience, I'd rather take that. Yes? Yeah, okay. The question is, how the PKI is going to work for C2PA? So who gives the keys? So the answer is that it is 100% PKI. So the spec says you need a certificate, and the same way that your browser has already some built-in keys, that's kind of the web PKI, but allows you also to import other root keys that you trust for your, depending on your use case, your application and whatnot. So it's exactly the same model. So the C2PA itself is going to create a trust list of compliant devices, like for the Sony camera, for the Adobe Photoshop. This is a compliant implementation, and that's what they're going to say in the C2PA trust list. But then for organizations, like the Origin website for news organization, it's another entity. They say, here's our trust list of people that you might choose to import this trust list and use it. And we verify that. And then the ad agencies will have another one, and then like some medical organization might have a different one. So it's going to be offloaded to a different entities. But it's 100% just a classic PKI underneath. But there's also another aspect that's there are a lot of identity frameworks that are being created, verifiable credentials, like mobile driver's license that are coming up. So there's a mechanism to add an identity assertion in a C2PA manifest. So let's say that I have a verifiable credential coming from the province of British Columbia, which they are kind of developing. You could have, we have a path that's being developed right now in the C2PA to be able to incorporate that, to tag an existing identity to that. Yeah. Okay, so I said like it's the same model, same PKI. So the question is that the same keys as the web PKI like protects the TLS connection? And the answer is no, because that's an encryption certificate, and you need a certificate for digital signature. So it would be the same key you could, in theory, it's like the same model as the key you would use for the PDF signing or the Office document signing. So it's for document signing. But we're actually looking at defining a special EKU, which is a key usage extension specifically for C2PA. So there's going to be some technical things, but the trust model is the same as PKI. Yeah, Richard? Say again? A key will be stolen. Okay, so it's a PKI, so you revoke it. So it's if a key is, the question is what happens when a key is stolen. It's the same that happens for any other PKI. So you revoke it, and then it's not accepted anymore. Yeah, it's exactly the same problem as like existing digital signature. Like in Europe they have EDAS, like they did for signing documents. XML-DSIG, it's the same problem. So if a key gets stolen and it gets revoked, then all the keys within that kind of period in which it was known to be valid and revoked, which could be from its start, or if you have some heartbeats, then all the content becomes untrusted, and that's the nature of PKI there. There was a hand raised. Oh, sorry, yeah, go ahead. Oh, yeah. Yes, so there's a lot of privacy implications, and I'm just going to defer that question to the panel because we're kind of planning to expand on that. And a lot of my research is about privacy, so that's really close to my heart. So we'll talk about it more later. Garrett, you had your. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so the question is, can you strip out the metadata? And the answer is yes, it's kind of very easily. The thing is that and just giving the Facebook example, somebody, Facebook could strip it out. And there was also a comment about Facebook. So just to clarify something on technicality, Facebook, Meta is not part of the coalition, but they've announced that they're going to support the standard. So they will validate it on their platforms. But these big entities, they will comply, right? It's a reputation-based thing, but anybody else, an attacker could strip it before fitting it. So the thing is that, yeah, you can strip it out, but you cannot you cannot incriminate somebody saying that the BBC said that when they didn't, right? You cannot forge false content under somebody else's name, but you can remove an existing signature on content. So that's there. So, but this being said, there are some techniques that are not cryptographically super strong that can watermark the content, so that if you strip the signature, there's still some leftovers, watermarking elements that allow you to trace back its origin, saying that, oh, that came from there, somebody ripped off, so like suspicious red flags. You can do things. And there's a lot of mechanisms for the watermarkings, ways like to keep it in a database or on a ledger, in a public ledger, to be able to go see that these are all the images we generated, which could be a public or private thing. But the BBC could say, we keep a record of everything we sign, we recognize that, and then can inform the ecosystem. I'm running out of time, but yeah, okay. So it's a very kind of important technology and a lot of things are happening at the time. So it's a lot of questions. There's going to be, we can continue that conversation in the panel. And this QR code allows you to post comments also if you're watching online, or if you think you'll forget your question in 5 minutes. Maybe I can take a last one now before leaving space for the next speaker. Maybe a last question? Yes. Yeah, so the question is going to be kind of preferred, like media types, file types. Do we have to transform? Like the goal is to support all the relevant file types. So if the file type is in use, there's work, like this. Okay, so the spec tells you like the mechanisms it looks different to put the signature in a JPEG than in a GIF, and then it's just some words that might not be supported now, and then it just kind of, if it's an important enough format, it will get there at some point. So, maybe day one you need to, if you use the things that are supported by the tools, like in theory everything is supported, and then what the spec supports, and then a smaller set of what the tools support, and then what the platform supports. So that's going to be an ecosystem thing to move things along. All right, so I'd like to thank you all for your time and attention, and I'll talk to you later in the panel.
All right, so I'm very excited to present to you Patricia Gagnon-Renaud, sorry. First-time speaker. We're very excited to have her. She's been in the community for the past few years, so please give her a warm welcome. She's a cybersecurity analyst at GoSecure, which is also a sponsor. So please give it up for her. Well, with warm applause.
Okay. Okay, is this working? Yeah, okay, good. Good morning, everyone. So I'm really happy to be here. Again, this is my first talk at NorthSec. Actually, my first time giving a talk at all. So I hope you like it. I had a lot of fun doing this, so let's get into it. Okay, so I'm Patricia Gagnon-Renaud. I'm a cybersecurity analyst in the ethical hacking team at GoSecure. I have a bachelor degree in IT engineering and my CISSP certification. So today, what we're gonna go through. So first, what this talk is not about, then followed by a little backstory on how I became to do what I do today, then followed by step-by-step examples, and then an explainer on why should you care about all of this, then followed by more examples, then a thing on physical keys, a little side quest with Canada Post, and we're gonna finish up with the lessons learned. So first, what this talk is not about, well, it's quite simple. It's not about metadata, and it's not about geotagging metadata. So from now on and for the rest of the talk, assume that we don't have any geotagging metadata, and everything we're going to do is what we do when we don't have this kind of information. So what if there's no metadata? Well, I have a little backstory to tell. So back in 2008, I was supposed to do work with a classmate in college. And we're supposed to talk on MSN Messenger. I don't know if you remember that thing that we had. But he was not replying to me. So I was like, can I find another way that I could get in touch with him? So what I did is I started looking through his Facebook profile. I was looking if I can find any information that can help me to get in touch with him. And at some point I noticed, I go through his picture and I noticed a picture that was taken from his house. And in the back of this picture, well, I noticed that there was a gas station sign that I was familiar with. And I was like, I already knew he was living in the same city as me. And I was like, okay, well, I have a vague idea of which neighborhood, so I start looking. And at some point, I locate the gas station in question. And I know that because I was able to make out the angle of the gas station to find his street where his house was located. And from there, I was able to, the only thing I had remained was to find a civic number. And back then, well, you had to go through Google Street View to do that because the civic number was not written directly on the map. You had to use Street View for that. And now that I had this full address, the only thing I had left to do was to do a reverse phone lookup using Canada 411 to get his landline phone number and call at home. And his dad answered, and he told me that, well, my friend was sick, so he couldn't make it, and that's why he wasn't replying to me. So from that point on, I started doing that more and more often because I thought it was a funny thing to do. So that I came to be to what I do today. So I will look for you, and I will find you, just because it's fun. So let's get into it with the first example. So starting easy. Now I know as among my friends to be the one that does this. So my friends send me pictures on purpose to try to find where it is. So one of my friends sent me this message on Discord saying, hey, can you geolocate my mom? Yeah, sure, I can try. So if we look at the picture, the first thing I noticed is these weird things in the sky. It made me remember when I was in DEF CON last summer in the Caesar Mall, the thing looked like that, but I was like, there's no way her mom is in Vegas, right? So the next thing I looked at is obviously this big statue that you can see on the side. So, well, let's try to find where this is. So I crop the picture, and then I jump into Google Lens, upload the picture, and then I get results. And I looked at these first two results. So the first one gives me the name of the statue. So, okay, great, can I find more? And I look at the second one, and there's actually someone mentioning Vegas. So I'm like, oh, maybe my first hunch was right. So the next thing I did, I took those two pieces of information, I Googled them together, and the first result I get is an hotel located in Vegas. So it's mentioning the Sphinx, it has nothing to do with it, but I'm still gonna look into it. So I look up now this hotel in Vegas, and the first thing I look for is the main lobby of the hotel, because that's the starting point I will look for to see if the statue is here. So I jump into Street View again using one of the pictures that was taken, and there it is. So that's how I was able to find this one. So if we recap this example, well, it took me less than 5 minutes to do. It was quite simple. And what I learned is the first thing is to look for landmarks. If you look for something that can be recognizable, you can then use this to go on Google Lens and try to look up to find more about it. And the last thing is to trust your instinct. Because if you have a hunch about it, you should investigate it and trust yourself when you can recall stuff from your memory. So in summary, well, Google is your friend. Second example, when Google Lens cannot help, what can you do? So back in 2016, one of my friends on Facebook shared this picture. And of course, the first thing I noticed is like, oh, I know this big tower is a Place Ville-Marie in Montreal downtown. And the other one I noticed is this one, which is Le Mille de la Gauchetière. So I'm like, maybe I can find where this is, because I was curious. So next thing I do is I open Google Map, and before I go further, I will set up the map in the way that I like to work with it. So I will open the layers, and I will turn on the satellite view, then turn on the globe view, and then disable the labels. So once I've done this, I have this map, which is in satellite, clean slate, no labels, so I can start to work with it. And then I'm going to bring up the picture that we had, and from here we're going to start working out where the things are. So again, Place Ville-Marie is like right in the middle of the map. Then Le Mille de Gauchetière is right here. So let's zoom in. And then the next thing I'm going to do is like flip the map to match the perspective that we have on the picture. And from here, I'm going to start going to the 3D view so I can match the exact perspective that we have on the picture, something like this. And then locate again the two towers that we had. From here, I'm going to start to locate other towers that we have. Let's zoom in a bit. And so first, on the side, we can see this one, which is this building right here. Then in the middle, in between, we have this one, which is here. And in front of Place Ville-Marie, we have this one right here. So now we can start to make up the angle of where the picture was taken. So probably from somewhere in the bottom right here. So let's zoom in again. And now we're going to start to match buildings that are closer to us. So we have this one on the side, then this one in the middle. And we have like a really slight strip of this one on the right side, so right here. So again, if we zoom in, we can start now to focus on stuff that are immediately in the foreground. So if we clear again this, now we can see on the rooftop, we have this thing right here that we can match on the satellite view here. Then there's this kind of HVAC equipment, and we can match right here. And then this other thing on the roof that we can match right here. So now I have a pretty clear idea that it's definitely coming from the side of this building. So I can switch 180 and again match the three things that are already located. So it has to come from somewhere on the side of this building, so probably from one of those two windows. So back then in 2016, well, this is exactly what I shared back as a comment reply of the picture. So hey, it's probably here, and like here's the why I think it's here. And I was confirming it was the right place. I did that back then. I didn't know any better, but like, please don't do this. This is doxing, so you shouldn't be doing this. I'll get more into details later. So let's recap. So originally it took me around 15 minutes. Again, now I'm more experienced, so an example like this will take only around 5 minutes. And what I learned from here, well, the first thing is your memory can be useful. I recognized immediately like buildings are already new, so I could be able to work out from there. Use Google Satellite in Globe View, and with that will allow you to work out the perspective. So play with the angle until you get it right, and from there you can start working things on. So in summary, well, Google is still your friend in this case. So I'm telling you all about this. I'm not done telling you about this, but why should you care? Well, there's three main reasons why you should care about like what you post online. The first one is doxing. I just mentioned it. What I did was an example of doxing with my friend in 2016. You shouldn't be doing this. I have example on the side of streamers that get doxed if like crazy viewers find out where they live. So like you should, that's the one reason you should try to avoid posting this kind of thing online. The next thing is talking. If I'm obsessed over you and I can find a picture on Facebook that is taken around your house, and then I can make out your address, then I have an incentive to like now try to go reach out at your place, and maybe you want to avoid this. But again, you're going to tell me, well, okay, but like I'm nobody. No one tells me why I should care about doxing or stalking. Like that's not going to happen to me. But you should worry about the third one, which is identity theft. If I have your full name, I can make out your full address, and then I can guess your birthday from your LinkedIn profile or Facebook profile. Then I'm starting to have a clear view of you, and then I can maybe try to commit fraud on that, try to emit a credit card in your name or something like this. So you would want to protect yourself against this. So let's jump into a third example, when it matters, sort of, and you see why I mean that. So in January of this year, Linus from Linus Tech Tip shared a video where he presented a building that he recently bought in the Vancouver area because he wanted to build a badminton center. And was like, huh, this is interesting. Well, can I find out where this is? And I was speaking to a friend and was like, hey, we can work this out together, right? So we looked through the video, and at some point we see this frame. In the back, we can see a clear number on the building across the street. So like, huh, maybe this is a civic address, so we can probably find out more about this. The first thing I did after that is, well, I'm not going to go through all of the finding things if someone already did that job for me, so I start Googling to see if someone already found out where it is. And I see this exact question asked on the subreddit of Linus Tech Tip. And fortunately enough, Linus himself replied to this thread, and he said it was in Port Kells, but not more precise than that. So I start looking at where Port Kells is, and I will work through, like, okay, where this is. I just want to mention, I forget, this is now public knowledge, so like we know where the badminton centers is, we have the name and everything, the address. Back then it was not public, so that's why I was kind of intrigued to see where it was. So again, we have Port Kells here, so okay, what can we do next? So next thing I look for is the full postal code of this area, and then try to search this up again. So it gives me this little area that obviously the badminton center is not there. But the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look up the first half of the postal code and see what this gives me, and gives me this. So originally, when I did that one, I did it manually. I went through the industrial area of Port Kells, and I looked every street to see an address that would match. But now I have a really neat technique that we can use to actually accelerate and skip this whole process. So what you can do from here, I'm going to take this half postal code, the first 3 letters, and I'm going to go on the Post Canada website and use the service called Address Complete. This service is meant to be embedded on website, especially e-commerce website, when you can autocomplete your address, so you don't have to type it at all. And so I'm going to look up the 4 digits that I saw earlier, which was 9688, combined with the half postal code. So I'm going to search this. And turns out, well, the second result is actually the building across the street. And we can confirm this, because if we look at this, well, we have like the badminton center. We can jump into a 3D view again. And if you're skeptical, well, let's jump into Google Street View and confirm that, yeah, this is in fact the building across the street. So that's how I found out where the famous badminton center was located. So again, if I recap this, originally it took me around 15 minutes because I had to go through all the streets that there was in the Port Kells area. With the address complete method, only 5 minutes, very quick. So what I learned from this, well, is to look out for any text, numbers, or any kind of writings. When you can have this, then you can try to make up stuff and Google about it. Or again, if you have a civic number, you can use on address complete. And again, in summary, well, if you work smart and you're patient, like you're gonna find stuff with what you see. So now let's jump into my fourth and last example. Back in December of last year, I was watching the news, and something caught my eye, and I want to show it to you.
José Nadeau ouvre son commerce avec la même inquiétude tous les matins. À quoi va ressembler la circulation sur les ponts de l'ouest de l'île de Montréal?
So I heard a few reactions in the crowd, so I'm guessing you saw what I saw. So I was not sure, like, did I really see that? So I went to watch back the report and go to show you like the exact part that caught my attention. So like we can see the clear, you can see the key, right? Like the key is clearly in view. If I zoom in, like, hey, it's blurry, but I can probably make this out. Because if you remember, back in NorthSec 2019, well, we did exactly that. We had a key under a glass dome that we had to decode. And then from blanks, we had to file the blanks to replicate the key. So I have past experience to do that. So I can probably make this out. So like, this is clearly a security risk. So okay, I'm gonna try to contact the store owner. and tell them about this because, you know, you should probably change the lock. So I write an email to the store owner to try to get in contact with them, and we finally end up talking with the owner, me, my boss, and our IT guy, and to explain them what we do and everything. And at the end, we say, hey, like, will you let us try to make a copy of this key and try to demonstrate to you that this is an actual security risk and that we can do this? And they said yes. So I'm like, oh, okay, so let's try to actually decode the key. So I select a few frames from the video itself, and I kind of make up like the proper bitting code of this key. Then I talk to my boss. We like argue a bit, like we weren't sure exactly because again, the thing was blurry, it was in motion. But like in the end, we settled on 6 different keys that we want to make and try. So we only had to do do the keys then. So my boss told me, yeah, I'm gonna go see my locksmith, and that I usually go to, and I'm gonna do the keys. And he comes back to me and tell me, well, my locksmith didn't want to do those because like I can see what you're trying to do because the bitting code are pretty close to each other, so I'm not going to do this. So I was like, okay, well, let me try and go to a locksmith near my place. And before I went, the last thing I asked him is like, can you send me an email requesting me to make the keys? So he sent me an email and I printed out, so I brought that with me. I went to the locksmith, I enter, I say, hey, I want to make some keys, get out the letter, put it on the counter. And the first guy looked at me, he's like, as a colleague who has the manager comes like, yeah, sure, we can do that. So the employees start to work on the keys, and the manager comes to me and say, you know, if you want to do this again in the future, please come back on Thursday or Friday, and it was a Friday, because if he comes on day of the week, the other guy who was there, like, he wouldn't want to do that because, like, that is quite suspicious. Like, maybe that can be used to steal something, and was trying to do my best to keep my poker face and, like, not react. And in the end, well, I got out with the keys. So last thing I had to do, well, is to schedule a day with the store owner and go try the keys in person, which I did, and it didn't work. I was pretty bummed about this, pretty sad, like I come all this way, all this opportunity to like try and do this and demonstrate it, and in the end, well, it didn't work. I was really sad about this. So the next day, I tried. Like, I was thinking about this, and I was like, can I do something about this? Can I try to pivot on this and try something else? And I knew from the beginning that I wanted to contact the journalist who did the report to tell him also about the vulnerability. Like, please don't do this in the future. That this is a risk. And at the end of my email, so like I sent him an email, and at the end of my email, I asked him, hey, I'm working on this talk for NorthSec, and could you please send me the original footage that you used to make the report? So because, you know, the one of the website is like pretty low resolution, and I didn't tell him like I wanted to try to make a key if like he did send me something, but yeah, it was a long shot, so I tried, and he did contact me, and we talked on the phone, and he said to me like, hey, if I send you the footage, well, can you try to make the key and tell me, can you try to tell me if you can actually make out the key this time, and so maybe try it again? So I'm like, okay, sure, like, yeah, I'm down. So he sent me like the following, and I want to show it to you. So that was my reaction. I was like, oh my God, like, this is it. I have the key. Like, I can decode the key now. I'm pretty sure I got it right. Like, I have this bitting code, and I don't know if you remember from the 6 keys I got earlier. This one is 65414. Well, earlier I had 65413. I was one off of getting the right key. Like, this one was one off. So I was like, well, this is it. Like, this is gonna work. So I call the journalist again. I go, yeah, I'm pretty sure I can do this. So like, okay, well, he asked me like, are you okay if we like try to do this again? I'm gonna document the whole thing and go through like another attempt with you and like film and everything. I was like, yeah, sure. So the last thing, like, I wanted to go myself and grab another key. So like, I just modified the email I got from the previous time. Go to like, my locksmith, get out with the key. And then last thing we had to do is go in person and try to do it again. So this is me. I have the TV crew there. The owner is there looking at me. She just locked the front door, so the door is locked. And this is what happened.
Vas-y.
And it worked. Look at the face of the store owner. She could not believe her eyes what happened. She told me afterward, I was certain you wouldn't get it. And it was like, I was pretty sure I would get it. So we had an interesting conversation following this. It was a really, really great experience. Like, wow, this is amazing. It actually worked. I was able to demonstrate this. So yeah, so let's recap about this one. So this time it took me only to decode the key, well, 5 minutes. Again, it depends, and we're going to explain it. So what I learned is, again, look out for visible keys. If you have keys like this is a security risk. I have a pretty low success rate with videos. Again, if there's a lot of motion blur, it's going to be pretty difficult. But if you have a still frame and or you have a picture, well, you're going to have a pretty high success rate with decoding the keys. And the last thing, ask if you want to do something. Like if I didn't ask the owner, if I didn't ask the journalist, I wouldn't be here today showing you this. So even it's a long shot, you should ask if you had an idea, and maybe they will say yes, and maybe something will happen out of it. So in summary, well, keys are personal data. So now, this little thing about Canada Post that I mentioned earlier. So one of my friends is actually a postal worker. She's a male woman. And she was talking about me about this new app called Post Canada My Mail, which is an app that allows you to see the incoming email to your mailbox. And I don't mean packages with tracking number. I mean untracked mail that are coming straight to your mailbox. This app will let you see this mail coming in. So what my friend, who is a male woman, told me is like, Post Canada has like internally recorded instance of case of fraud that was using this app, because if I'm someone trying to commit fraud, I know your real name, I have your personal information. What I can do is try to emit a credit card in your name and use your real address and just go steal the credit card from your mailbox once it's delivered. So this app is helping people committing fraud from knowing exactly when the letter is going to be delivered to your mailbox and go the exact day pick up the mail, so they don't have to go every day to check in. So I was like, I was pretty concerned about this, and I was like, okay, can I get into this and try to see what information the app is asking you to set up your account? I already set up mine, so I had to ask some friends to do this because I didn't remember exactly what the app was asking me. So I asked friends and family if they would allow me to create accounts on their behalf and see what I was able to do. So I set up 3 accounts. This is when I log in. The app is showing you your information. This is what I typed in, so again, nothing here. But the next step is the one that is interesting. It's the verification identity step. So the name and the name, address, and mobile phone number that's here is the one that I entered myself when I created the account. And in some instance, with those 3 information, the app will let me in. I don't need anything else. In some instance, like the one on the right, I entered the wrong phone number. So this time, the app asked me for a date of birth. And I entered the date of birth with, again, a wrong phone number. And it still worked. So you only need a full name, a full address, a mobile phone number, and sometimes a date of birth to be able to create an account in the name of someone. And once you get in, well, you get this view. We have 2 tabs. We have the incoming mail, so the mail that's coming to your mailbox. And we have the other tab, the deliver tab, which show the mail that was delivered in the past week. So someone who is committing fraud, well, once the account is created and they have access, well, as the person who lives at an address, I don't know that someone did that. Like, I'm totally out of the blue. I don't know anything about it until I receive the notice that they are sent by mail, so postcard format. And you see there's 2 here because 2 of the person that I did was living at the same address. So each got a notice, but the notice are addressed to all the members of the household, so it's not addressed directly to someone. And they use the same code to be able to revoke the service. But since this app works so great, it actually tells you when this postcard notice are going to be delivered to your mailbox. So if I'm ready to go steal mail from a mailbox, I can surely go steal the notice from a mailbox. So this is pretty concerning. The last thing that I tried was, can I make a second account for someone that already has one? So I tried to make a second account in my name, and I kept getting this generic error message. So I'm kind of guessing that the app doesn't let you create a second account in the name of someone. But since the error message is not clear, like this is only a guess, I cannot confirm this precisely. So if I recap what we learned with this, well, you should probably activate your MyMail account if you live in somewhere in Canada. So you can, if it's the case, make sure that someone else cannot make an account in your name. Or you can activate it and then use a postcard notice to disable it, so at least it will be locked down from your home address. And you should probably watch your mailbox, make sure that you don't leave mail unattended in your mailbox. Today I showed you a lot of things, and like, okay, maybe your head is all over the place, but if there's someone that I want you to remember and keep in mind, is to please, please, please be mindful of what you share online. Like, please don't share pictures of your keys. Don't share pictures that you take around your house that could maybe let someone to figure out where you live. Be mindful of the geotagging metadata, the thing I said I wouldn't talk about. If you publish picture online, yeah, most services are going to strip that. But cloud storage doesn't strip metadata, so Google Drive, OneDrive, iCloud Photo, stuff like that. And the other thing is emails. If you send picture attached directly to an email, the metadata is not stripped, so you're going to be sending clear, and someone can get directly the geolocation of those pictures. I actually saw recently in one of my mandate another case. They uploaded picture directly to their website, so I was able to just download the pictures and go through the EXIF metadata. And I was able to figure out like home addresses of employees because they shared pictures taken at their own place on their website. So like you should keep in mind also when you share a picture on your own website without using any service. Try to keep your address private, and especially your date of birth. You should try to keep this information private because in a lot of cases, the date of birth is used as an information to verify your identity. So this is one you should also try to keep private. I'm getting to the end of my talk. I have a lot of tools and sources that I want to get through, but I don't really have the time. I'm going to actually present this afternoon all the things that I cut from this talk. I'm going to tell you about this. So I'm going to go through more details about all these tools. I only use half of them from this talk. I have many sources that I want to mention also. Quick for the picture if you want to take it. You know, it's live stream on YouTube. You can go grab it anytime. And the sources, again, the Linus video, the news report, the book that I didn't mention, and the page to sign up for MyMail. So finally, my links. If you want to get in touch with me, you can reach me on LinkedIn, send me a DM. The QR code goes there. I'm going to publish the sources and tools on my GitHub, so this is where you're going to find it. And if you want to send me an email, because you don't like LinkedIn, you can send me an email right here. So finally, I'm going to wrap this up with the special thanks. I want to thank my close friends who are indulging this really weird, creepy habit that I have to always find pictures. I want to thank my friends and family who allowed me to test the Canada Post MyMail app. I want to thank José Nadeau, who is the owner of the store Sous les Oliviers, which let me try to make a copy of their keys twice. So thank you to her. I want to thank Mathieu Prost from Radio-Canada, who is right here in the back, who is I've been working with on this key story. I want to thank Andriane and Olivier, my colleagues from research, for helping me go through the proposal process and giving my first talk. Special thank to Laurent, which is right here, for his mentorship and helped me polishing my talk because originally I had like 1 hour and plus more content. And finally, big special thanks to my boss, Maxime. Without his help, I wouldn't be here today. So big thanks to him. So thank you. So again, this afternoon, the community room, if you like what I showed today, I have like twice as more. So you can come in the community room at 3:15 p.m. I'm going to present all the extra stuff that I have. So again, thank you very much.
Mic check, meow, meow, okay. So, welcome everybody, thanks for joining us. I'm just gonna dive right into questions and get started. We had a lot of questions regarding privacy implications from the audience. So a question to the floor. So what are the privacy implications of deploying provenance technologies like C2PA, especially regarding the tracking and recording of digital content edits? And yeah.
Well, okay, I can take that, Sally. Yeah, it comes back to a question that was asked during the presentation. And I think it's this gentleman that just walked back in about the privacy question, right? There you go. So there's kind of a reaction to kind of DAI if we don't know if we're going to be able to detect humans versus robots. So like the answer is simple. Let's just sign everything. But once you sign something cryptographically, that means that you leave a digital trace everywhere in everything you've signed. And these signature algorithms have existed before, like SMIME in email and client certificates in TLS. But there's a reason why these are not very well used for everybody, right? So people don't tend to do that because they want to have deniability. That's because I'm creating an email and I want it to be associated with me forever. So, but on the flip side, if like an official channel, like something's coming out of the government, they may want to sign it. When you go to a website, you want to know the server is authentic, but the client is more anonymous. So it depends. Like, so some people will not want to use these technologies, and some official channels will want to use them. And I have another like set of research I'd like to talk about, and how to solve this, so to solve some of the privacy issues related to that. But I think Gary wants to say something first.
I was just going to say, well, no one's going to force you to use C2PA, right? And I don't think any of the platforms are going to say you can't post unless you have C2PA assertions. So the question I think becomes is those most sensitive issues where maybe there's a privacy concern, I'm a whistleblower or something like that, those most sensitive issues you wouldn't want or wouldn't expect to see C2PA, which is kind of where you might have maybe want it the most. You know what I mean? So you would want, in order to be successful, I imagine you'd want it to be ubiquitous, and then you would have to still use a bit of judgment to say, okay, well, I'll take this with a grain of salt if there's no C2PA, but maybe I understand why there wouldn't be, because there could be political or ramifications or whatever.
So you're exactly right, and you mentioned something that's kind of a very critical use case of whistleblower, people that would like to be able to show authenticated data but remain fully anonymous, right? Kind of certified anonymity. And in fact, this is a use case we've identified and we're working on with some advanced cryptographic techniques. So they're using some anonymous credentials and zero knowledge proofs. We can actually prove that I'm a journalist on the field. I'm certified, maybe I'm a BBC reporter, or I'm part of this press association, but I want to disclose my actual identity because I'm reporting some human rights abuses, and I might get killed the next day once I report that, right? So these are actually things that we're looking at and see how we can integrate these cryptographic techniques within C2PA. So right now, it's like day one, just the platforms are trying to get on board, but these are actually very critical real life scenarios that we're looking at. And I think that's gonna come, in next iterations.
Patricia, do you want to add to that, or?
No,
Okay.
it's okay.
So kind of a follow-up question in the same vein. What role, if any, do you see regulations and policies playing a role in combating disinformation alongside technologies like C2PA and XPOC? So in particular, kind of the elephant in the room is, do we trust government? How much? Who should we trust? And who do we involve to help us make those decisions to reduce harms online? And Garrett, let's start with you.
Well, I think I don't have too much to add to answer the question, except for I think it's an absolutely legitimate concern. Us Texans don't have much, don't like to put a ton of trust or having the government force us to participate in the program. But that doesn't mean that there isn't legitimacy in it existing and in empowering people to be more responsible consumers. So I would kind of veer against, mandating C2PA. I'm very careful to encourage government mandates because I just happen to share some of that skepticism. So it's a good question. I think you might have a better response, but I think it's a legitimate concern.
Yeah, so there's certainly government pressures to enable mechanisms to detect, AI fakes. And we don't know if it's gonna turn into legislation, and it certainly will somewhere on the globe. Like I work for Microsoft, and we have customers in every country on the planet. So there's going to be parts of the world that might turn that into an obligation. In the U.S., as you mentioned, there's huge debate about what it is right now. The White House last year released an executive order trying to push the industry to do that. I think the industry, the big AI generative systems, have kind of self-organized to say, okay, let's propose mechanisms to at least tag our content so we're not blamed for things that we generated that people thought that was true. So I think it's just good business sense that that's going to happen anyway in I agree with you, as a voluntary basis. They won't force everybody to use that, but the big platforms and people who want to make authoritative statements that cannot be dissociated from them, it's like, yeah, that clearly came from me. They can use that to increase the trust in the message. So we'll see if it comes down, if somebody says, yeah, you need to do that to showcase in our country or in our platform, then fine, we can comply. But if not, I think that's going to happen anyway. And there's a question in the audience there. If you
Come on up. Do you want the mic? Yeah? No? Okay. You can just yell.
Allô, OK, ben, en attendant. OK. Legislation is not my field, but what I can say is we definitely need more young people in government position. We can see often like these people in their 50s, 60s that are making the laws and everything, and they are pretty much too much often out of touch with the current situation. Technology is going fast. And if we had more people who are more understanding of the thing that's going on with technology, it would be a good starting point to be able to like adapt more quickly and more like being in touch of what's going on. So yeah.
I would push back on a couple kind of comments. One, technically I'm a millennial, but I'm an older millennial, and I wouldn't. I would kind of caveat that just because you're young doesn't mean you have the intellectual fortitude to kind of research and understand an issue before you would enact legislation. So I would say yes, young people do kind of have their thumb on the pulse a little bit better on some of these issues, but there are going to be other older people that might be very responsible in that front. I would also kind of push back on the premise that laws can't be reactionary. I think there's a tendency to be afraid of inaction. Everyone wants the government to find a solution and for them to solve it, but I would suggest they don't have a very great track record at correctly identifying and diagnosing a problem, and sometimes there's externalities in them trying to create a solution to a problem that hasn't been correctly diagnosed. So I think actually C2PA is actually a fairly decent example of that. The industry, we should recognize the power of industry coming together and voluntarily finding solutions. I think if the government were to identify this problem and try to push it ahead of its time, that you're going to possibly have, the solution's going to maybe be a worse outcome than if we let it kind of organically be driven naturally as the problem develops. So that I think the answer is, and again, there's no easy answer, that's the problem. The answer is all of us being if you are an expert in your field, be very responsible and cautious because people are listening and you are influencing them. So that's where you want to guide their attention towards positive things and make sure that they're not banning flipper zeros.
So,
Can I suggest one
Go for it.
exotic thing? So yeah, I'm a kind of Canadian born native there, but I live in Washington, D.C. I've lived there for the last 10 years, so I'm starting to kind of understand how things are working there slightly differently. But I think that the situation is a bit different now, like at least regarding the kind of the AI transformation than what happened, let's say, with the previous revolution, which was social media, right? So last year, all the leads of social media CEOs been dragged in front of Congress and apologically kind of like, look at all the damage you created. I think this time they're trying to kind of front the problem a bit more and say, okay, what can we do? And they'll just, right now the executive orders are kind of do something about it. They don't say implement this, but like, here are some principles that we would like to adhere to and say, and then, yeah, to help the industry to kind of align. So I'm not sure if you have a concrete suggestion of what could be done differently or better, but I think that at least just because there was an explosion of AI generative systems in the last year, that kind of forced also a big reaction to everybody, including the government. So I don't know, I'm hopeful that we might get it right this time around.
Okay, so question for you, Patricia, from the audience is, how can understanding OSINT techniques aid in enhancing organizational security?
I mean, you need to be aware of what OSINT can do and what you're able to get through using OSINT. That would be a good starting point. Is like to just familiarize yourself, or like an organization should familiarize themselves on what OSINT can do, what they can get from OSINT, and what risk they can be exposed to that. I can sell my services of my pen test team or this kind of things. Like we do OSINT in our work. OSINT sometimes like one of the first steps we do in pen test to just see what is openly available, and then once we get into the things in more active phase, we can use what we found in the OSINT phase to apply it. So by asking someone externally who is more capable or have more knowledge or expertise, they can more easily expose and show you like, this is what I can get using OSINT. Again, the one I mentioned during my talk, a week ago I was doing a pen test and I was able to find geotagging metadata on pictures that was directly on their website. And that is the thing that they should have been aware of that and have a process internally to strip the metadata before publishing the pictures.
I could kind of share an interesting perspective from my experience in the military. They have a very big and prevalent campaign that we call OPSEC. Operational security is basically awareness of what's unclassified that you're putting out online that may be able to be puzzled together and to actually put together into a more sensitive picture. And So that, I mean, organizations can kind of do something similar at their level, and then obviously usually controlling media that is put out. You know, the Air Force has professionals that screen and make sure things are safe before it goes public. But I have a funny story is that, you know, every time you get indoctrinated into a classified program, you know, you go through a security briefing, and oftentimes we'll talk about OPSEC. And I've seen these security professionals basically warn people against adding friends on LinkedIn from foreign countries. And I just shake my head. It's not actually a rule, we're allowed to, but I just shake my head because, again, that's creating a false, you're kind of hyping up the problem. How many of the malicious actors on LinkedIn are gonna be honest about where they're from and what their history is, right? So that's a good example of where it's healthy to, it's really important that we are cognizant of our digital footprint online, but also not create like a false sense of security. I kind of mentioned that with the posting of the pictures in my talk of your first day of school pictures, right? You create a false, well, I didn't publish a first day of school picture, so my kid's safe, but then you post the birthday picture and another picture of the park that you're at in your neighborhood, and you put that you can give an attacker enough information that's effectively the same.
Just to react on that specific slide, one of the ladies has a keyring visible in the slide, so I noticed that and I took a picture of it. I'm probably going to show it this afternoon, but yeah, it was funny for me.
It's funny how to like identify all the people working in IC, you know, in Washington. It's just everybody who shuts down their phone from like 9 to 5. They all work for government. Right?
Yeah, I mean, we're kidding ourselves. Okay, I have another funny story. This is fun. I was at a expo, business expo, associated with a military base in my town. So everyone's military. Everyone there probably has a security clearance. This dude gives me his business card, and I said, "Oh, are you on LinkedIn?" He goes, "No, I'm not on LinkedIn. Like, are you a fool? How foolish are you? Do you work in the DoD or not to be on LinkedIn?" His business card had his top secret email address, which isn't too sensitive because you can't email it if you're not on the system, but it exposed his middle initial. And I was able to find his still public Facebook page that had been abandoned. He wasn't really using it, but years earlier, he posted a picture of his tactical vest with a patch with the 4-letter agency that he worked at and a Texas flag on it. So I was able to just pretending I didn't have that conversation, I was able to also pay attention to who liked that photo, and I found them on LinkedIn, and they told me exactly what. But then I used the picture, the patch, and there was a website that had a bunch of YouTube videos with briefings explaining exactly what their organization does. They weren't public, they were unlisted, but because someone had collected them and put them on this webpage, I found them pretty easily. So
that's a good OSINT example, actually, yeah.
Okay, so question for Christian. We've seen a number of bad videos verified by questionable news media in recent years. How does C2PA address bad actor news media sources or weak verification by trusted sources? And just to make up a concrete example on the spot, a media outlet like RT or Sputnik, which is known state-affiliated media, they could be issued a certificate. However, it's Sputnik. So
yeah, it's a very good question, and I think it's important to distinguish the provenance of the information and give it a value statement of if it's true or not, right? So the spec really doesn't say anything about is the content real or not, right? It just says that this entity was part of the pipeline that created that asset, right? So if a news source signs it, then you say, okay, you can just attribute it to say that somebody owning that key signed that statement. And then what it prevents is attackers misattributing some assets to another entity, a trusted. So if you don't want to, somebody could create a fake, interview oh, this politician said that as reported by CNN. If they actually CNN didn't say that, you can't create that fake. But it can allow any other, non-reputable sources to just claim things and sign their content, and that's fine. It's as if they can put it on their websites. It's just out of context, you can still link it to them.
It's a chain of trust, so you have to trust every member that are part of the chain, and if you don't, well, it doesn't work. But that's why, yeah, that's the principle of the system.
In fact, like it's funny because in your talk, it was kind of reminding me that the BBC video I showed, it was not filmed by the BBC. It was sent by them from somebody on the field in Ukraine filming this attack, and then they did like kind of what you did, just journalistic analysis. Is it okay? Is it really coming from this time? They look at the streets, like, oh, they confirm that with same type of techniques. Okay, we find this is actually the spot where it happened, so we know it's in like Kilo, like wherever it was, this is the town, and then the time and all these things, and then they just, the statement that they added, it's not, we filmed that, it's like, we received that and we verified, and we're pretty confident that this is actually the location that we think it is. And that's the statement they put. So then, as a viewer, that's the value. You say, okay, the thing I can see is that BBC think that this is an authentic video, and that was the statement in there.
But that statement is only as good as the amount of trust people have in BBC's journalistic integrity and the kind of due diligence they're doing. And I would suggest that while this solution is good, it doesn't solve that problem of, you know, we have multiple examples. They're a little bit controversial, but there's multiple examples of where major outlets like Twitter and CNN and other ones would run with one story and silence another story, and then months later we realize actually the story they silenced was actually more accurate. And so that has really hurt the integrity of some of what they call institutionalized media and things like that. So I love C2, I'm not dogging C2PA, it just doesn't solve some of those underlying issues that it still requires trust.
It's clearly out of scope of it's a signature technology, right? And we have I have a colleague who spent some time in Taiwan before the election at the beginning of the year and to study disinformation. And they've seen a lot of instances there of, you know, even some American journalists and then some deep fake of them supporting some like pro-Chinese support, like anti-Taiwan messaging, and something that a US person would have clearly not said, but it's like, oh, there's a video of it. So it was not signed. So they were able to debunk it with, again, like some OSINT technique, like, oh, like this person was not at that location when they said that. That's clearly from another video. But would have had been signed, or in the absence of a signature, say, okay, we can't affirm it. But if it had been signed, you can confirm this. So that's the only help, to kind of put the seal on the data and link it with a cryptographic identity.
So you all,
Yeah, it just tell you who signed it, not if the content is true. And that's not, the scope of a signature technology. It's just, I put it in a box, and it's not been modified since I've put it in that box, and that's the only thing it's supposed to do.
And that's kind of what I'm touching on, is that this is a really deep underlying problem. There's no easy solutions. There's pieces that will help in certain aspects, but it really, call me an altruist, call me naive, but that's where I'm trying to push, is that we all need to do a little bit better on not just being the headline, and there's the opposite effect too. There's conspiracy theories that they'll jump on, just because CNN did something wrong once, they'll jump to some rando conspiracy theory website. So
yeah, so just like two thoughts on that, two comments on that, and then a question. To your point, you're absolutely right. You still need to remain critical. Having a certificate can authenticate, can verify that it came from a particular source. But one of the major problems we have with disinformation is the recontextualization of information, or the misuse of true facts, right? So a photo might originate from the BBC, but used out of context could convey a completely different narrative, something that's maybe contradictory to the point of the story or whatever, and that's a big problem. But I want to hear from each of you. We're running out of time here, and I'll start with you, Patricia. So you all have kind of different backgrounds. What advice would you give to newcomers that want to specialize in your areas of expertise, that are just looking to get started?
It's a good question. Before, like, I'm new into like the cybersecurity world. I'm new in pen test. I've only been doing that for the past 6 months. Before that, I was working as a web developer and I'm a system administrator for like 7 years. So I just gained like a lot of work experience, and through like those years of working as I was doing that, I just kept my eyes open and like try to develop like some kind of thinking, like to recognize patterns, to recognize a weak spot, and like try to work on that. And then after that, just reading, keeping myself updated. I did my CISSP last spring, just to give me like a good baseline. Not that I recommend you doing that specifically, but having that, like, I felt like I was able to have a good general understanding of every like component of the cybersecurity, and have a good idea of like the wording that is used in that field. And from there, just again by curiosity, working through it, and that's how I came to be where I am.
Yeah, and from my side, I studied quantum cryptography at University of Montreal right here. So it's kind of, and then I got in a more practical area when I started to work. Then there's plenty of opportunities to, depending how technical you want to be or you want to become, going more to the math side, going more to the implementation side. Nowadays, a lot of that work that we're doing is through open source projects. So sometimes first step is start using the tools, play with them. Then if there's like something missing, oh, maybe I can go and contribute that. It's a good way to learn about these type of things. And just having a curious mentality is probably the best kind of advice, and go and push and try to learn about these things. And in fact, it's funny because we were talking, Patricia and I, like last year I presented about the Summerhill cards, the COVID QR codes that were here. And I work on the standards and some of the test tools that we test implementations with. Some of that test code, not meant for production, has been copied in the Vaxicode app in Quebec. And Patricia was part of the team that kind of reported like a vulnerability and hacked it. So it's like small world.
Exactly. When I heard about that, with my friend, like we went through it, and like in under 6 hours, we're able to reproduce the vulnerability. And I did a write-up on that survey, and like we were talking about this. And again, it's a way of like getting your hands into this is like just being curious and like try stuff, like try to uncover things, like try to replicate what you can see and like experience for yourself. So
my advice for up-and-comers in InfoSec would be to be critical of the crowd and find a few people who you feel you can trust and are really thoughtful that can guide you through your career. Every person is unique in their own interests and strengths and weaknesses, and InfoSec is such a dynamic landscape. The opportunities of yesterday could be very different from the opportunities of tomorrow. So when people talk to me about, well, joining the military was a great path for me, it worked out well. Beware of survivorship bias is what I'm trying to say. Joining the military was a good option for me to get into cyber, but there are other options. And so I'm careful too. I joined the Air Force, and a lot of people will say the Air Force is the best branch. I'm saying, well, it depends. If you want to fly, Army's actually the best branch if you don't mind doing rotary. Find people who are thoughtful and that you can trust to help and who are experienced, that can give you tons of resources, but maybe not be too biased in pushing you in the direction they went.
I'll just echo that last point. Absolutely agree. I've been fortunate through my career to have amazing people help and mentor me. I think it's the best thing you can do. Some of my previous managers are here in the audience. Thank you very much. And with that, I believe we are out of time. Perfect. So thank you all very much for coming. I loved all of your talks, and I hope that we get to see you here next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hey, 1, 2, 1, 2, hey, yeah, stress this. Stress this. 1, 2, hey, yeah, hey, 1, 2. Stress this. 1, 2. 1, 2, hey, yeah, stress this. Stress this. 1, 2, hey, yeah. 1, 2, hey, yeah, stress this. 1, 2, hey, yeah.
Can't stop thinking about you and I. Instead
have with me Laurent Desaulniers, which you might know is a gentil pirate, amateur de cybersécurité, and also a challenge designer at NorthSec. So please welcome in. He'll be your moderator for the Red Team panel.
Thank you, everyone. Everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. So today we're going to talk about red teaming. Actually, we have two amazing speakers, and it's a real honor to introduce Charles Frédéric. So, some people might know Charles Frédéric from... so he's incredibly generous. You might know him from his Discord. You might know him from, he gave several courses around the world. He made challenges for NorthSec. He made challenges for Hackfest. He's a founder of the Ring Zero community. So this person is amazing at creating community, at sharing. He's humble, he's smart, he's very generous. Please give a round of applause for Charles Frédéric.
Hi, everyone. First of all, this was all just a bunch of lies. None of this is true. I'm just really trying hard. By the way, I just got locked out of my own computer, so someone was kind enough to provide me with their laptop so you can actually see their presentation. That being said, for those of you that have been attending some of my conferences in the past, I usually have like way too much content for the amount of time, so buckle up. It's going to be quite a race, right? From a red teaming perspective, right, LSAS is a super important process. For those of you that are familiar with Mimikatz and all of those, LSAS is full of interesting secrets like password and all of that. The thing is, EDR now, they actually do protect LSAS, right? So I'll show you a new way to get all those passwords without having to bother with LSAS at all. So hopefully you're gonna enjoy it. A bit about me, the truth is Mr. Unicoder, also known as Charles Hamilton. If you want to look at me on LinkedIn for whatever reason, here's the link. I'm also an executive director at KPMG. I work with an incredible team at KPMG. I also write code for fun through Patreon, GitHub, and also a red teamer once in a while. Today's agenda is fairly simple, right? Why are we going to target browsers? How you actually get the data out of the browser, a bit of Windows internal, right, because we're going to have to leverage Windows functionality to be able to do so, a bit of C code, a bit of more C code, and a bit more of C code. Unfortunately, there's no assembly today. I usually love to have assembly in my presentation, but there's none this year, unfortunately, so I'll try to do better next year. That being said, nowadays, everything is a third-party application. I'm pretty sure that all of you in your corporate environment have to log into all of those freaking third-party web application-based kind of thing, right? There's two things with that. First of all, you probably use SSO, which means that you're using your corporate credentials to log into one of those applications, which means two things, right? If you're lazy, and we are all lazy, you probably save it into your browser, which means that at some point your browser has some credentials in there. You also have cookie, right? Because that's how it works, right? And the beauty of cookie is their pass authentication. So regardless of what you're actually using in terms of authentication, it can be passwordless, zero trust, one-time password, MFA, whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. If you get to the cookie, you don't have to worry about anything because you're past that authentication, which is also quite valuable from a red teamer perspective, right? You just want to be able to authenticate to something. Doesn't have to be the password. It can just be, a random string of data that will help you. So here's a typical example of what authentication will look like, right? This is GitHub. This is my personal session. You'll notice at the bottom that the set cookie returns an actual session cookie, right? This is basically meaningless, but from a server perspective, they actually know that this is tied to someone, right? There's a million type of cookie format, but this one specifically have no real meaning. The point is, they know. But if you also know that value, you can just paste it in the browser and you'll be authenticated at that person. Simple as that. Cookies are pretty much magic. So definitely from an attacker perspective, having access to those cookies is quite valuable. That's for sure. Application are also designed to be user-friendly, right? You don't want to authenticate yourself over and over the course of the day, right? So one thing is they tend to have user-friendly cookies that don't really expire often. Of course, they want to make your experience much better, but at the end of the day, it's also mean that your cookie are going to last forever for the attacker also that managed to get it. Just think of that. What was the last time that you authenticated on your Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook? It was probably a super long time ago. You probably even don't remember your password because it was so long, right? Because of this whole, yeah, let's take care of the cookie, having refresh token and all of that. So at the end of the day, those cookies are basically going to be there forever, which is quite valuable from an attacker perspective. So if we can steal those cookies, we can definitely just connect to those portal. We don't have to worry about the MFA. So how can we actually get to those cookies? That's the million-dollar question that we're going to answer. And spoiler alert, we also get free credentials because of the cache credentials. So we'll actually do both for the price of one single tool. First step, we're going to target web-based browser. The reason why I'm targeting these is because WebKit is quite popular in corporate environment, right? WebKit-based browser, for example, Edge, Chromium. The only one that is fairly popular that does not follow that rule is Firefox, right? But I'm pretty sure that all of you probably use Edge and Chrome within your corporate environment, which is exactly what we're looking for. So cookies are stored in a database on disk. Nothing fancy here. You have the path right there. It's always going to be the same unless you have a non-default profile, but most of the time people will have a default profile, but it can also be customized. It's not a big issue. The thing is, of course, they wanted to protect your precious cookie, right? So this database is encrypted on this. So the cookie value is actually encrypted. So first things first, right? Let's try to just read that file and see what it looks like so you can actually get to those cookies. So if you go on one of those paths and you're trying to actually copy the cookie file, you'll receive this little message from Microsoft, which will kindly tell you that you're not allowed to actually touch the cookie file. The reason why is fairly simple, right? The browser want to make sure that there's no race condition, no concurrency, and all of that when they actually deal with cookie, because these change all over the time while you browse the internet. So they actually prevented share read to the file, which is a big issue, right? Because my whole goal here is to actually stole these marvelous cookies. So we need to actually find a solution for that, and guess what? We have one for you today. And if you're wondering, why this is happening, when you actually call the API create file, you're going to have the share mode specify. And by default, if you set it to 0, it's going to prevent other process from opening a file or device if they request access to it, either delete, read, or write. So definitely this is how the file was actually opened by the browser, which is fair, right? So how are we going to actually get there? This is where it's going to become interesting. And just a side note before we get there, long story short, the way that Microsoft worked with file, they're using something called endos. Endos under the hood are actually just IDs, basically numbers. They're kind of predictable in sequentials internally, so you can definitely access those endos, right? There's plenty of ways to actually get information about those endos. Usually what you want to do is NT-query information process. This is a built-in Windows undocumented feature that allows you to actually get information about the process, and you can also use NT-query object to get the list of endos associated with a specific process. However, EDR's product decided that, yeah, you can definitely get a lot of valuable information out of the NT-query object, so let's just actually hook that one and return nothing. So if you're trying to actually get information about your browser and there's a modern EDR, you'll get nothing out of it, which is also kind of a bummer, right? We're at the point where we cannot read the file, and you cannot actually use the API to get information about what you're looking for. So this is starting to get kind of sad, right? Just for your knowledge, if you're not familiar with sysinternal, there's a tool called endol, which allows you to list all of endos. There's plenty of endos open in a bunch of processes. Here's an example, right? If you actually look at the endol for Chrome, you get a massive list of it. One of them that is super interesting is definitely this one. This number is definitely not predictable, but it's sequential, right? You can definitely see the sequence. And you know that it's actually tied to the cookie file. Simply put, of course, Chrome needs to be able to actually have an endol to the file to read it itself, right? So can we actually abuse of the endol that was already created by Chrome's to actually get to those cookies? The answer is actually yes. The thing is, WebKit-based browser use something called spawning a bunch of processes. Long story short, each tab is pretty much a process, right? That's how they claim that they don't consume that much memory, right? They're like, oh yeah, we only use 20 megabytes of memory, we're better than the other vendor. The truth is, if you actually add all of this, they still use like a gigabyte of the data regardless. Point is, there's only one that is interesting, and it's the main process from Chrome or either Edge in this case that actually store the cookie. And if you look at the process argument, there's one specific one that will always contain the argument utility subtype, and you have the one that says network. If you have this one, that's the one that have the endol to the cookie that we actually saw here. So you're gonna have plenty of Chrome processes, but only one will have this specific argument. So we're getting somewhere, right? We know that a process named Chrome have an endol to the cookie database, and we know that this specific process have an argument name that contains network. So we're getting somewhere, right? $1 million question is, why are we looking at all of this? Well, Microsoft was kind enough to provide you with an API called duplicate endol. Simply put, it allows you to actually duplicate an endo. So you can take an endo, if you're allowed to actually ask for it, and duplicate it and use it on your own like it was yours. And this is actually what we're going to do, right? We're going to inject yourself within the Chrome browser. We're going to duplicate the endo and just reuse it for our own goods, and we're going to get access to the juicy information. But before we get there, we have another problem to address. The actual cookie itself is also encrypted. Remember that? So we need to get to the key. Obviously, it's symmetric encryption, which means that the encryption and decryption key has to be stored somewhere. In this case, it's actually stored within the browser folder in the file called local state. This is usually what you're going to be presented with, right? So base64 encoded because this is non-printable character. And inside of this, you actually have the encryption key. Once again, they wanted to protect the user, so this specific key is actually also encrypted. They leverage an API from Microsoft that is part of the DP API, which stands for Data Protection Application Programming Interface. As stated, it's a simple cryptographic application, and for once, I think that Microsoft actually didn't lie about how simple it is, right? It was really designed to be simple and convenient and allow a developer to do a bit of encryption. And the reason why it's simple, all you need to actually get to the clear text data is one API call. For Microsoft, it's pretty special, right? And definitely simple. So all you have to do is call crypt and protect data. So you feed the encrypted data to the crypt and protect data API, and you retrieve the actual plain text key for that specific file. So at this point, you'll get the master key associated with the browser, which will later be used to actually get to the decryption phase of the cookie stored in the SQLite database. So if we actually tie all of this together, all you have to do is get ready to do some C code. So if we kind of actually resume all of this, first things first, we're going to need to read the local state file. This is where you have the encrypted key. Then you're going to have to call the API crypt and protect data to make sure that you can actually get the official key. Once you get there, you need to find the proper process by looking at the command line argument. So you're going to look for the Chrome or Edge process that have the actual network part of the argument. Then you're going to find all the endos. Remember that usually you can get the endos through NT query object. In this case, we're not going to use that because we know that unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get that information from there. So I'll show you a little stupid tricks to get it without actually using the API themselves. Once we're there and we actually found the proper endo that matched the cookie file, all we have to do at this point is duplicate it. Once it's duplicated, we're going to read the file through the actual endo that was provided to us. And we're going to download the file, read the file, copy the file. You do whatever the hell you want because you just have full access to it at this point. And then finally, we're going to use the key that we extracted. WebKit browser actually use AS/GCM for encryption, so all we have to do is re-implement this on our side. We don't even have to do it on the target system, so it's even better. You can just collect all the cookie files or the login data, which is the one where they store the password, and from there you have access to everything. You can then finally enjoy your cookies. So that's pretty much the story of what we're going to do. If we look at this from a C perspective, it's fairly simple, and I guess fairly simple is probably a bit of a lie, but I guess eventually when you just look at C code all day long, it kind of makes sense, right? So first things first, fairly simple, we need to get the file content. And in this case here, we're gonna look for the actual key content, right? So what we're doing here is pretty straightforward. We're just asking for an endo to the file that contains the actual key. So this is the function here that will take care of getting the content of the actual local state file. Unfortunately, because we're limited in time, I'm not going to go into all the line, but overall idea is just know that eventually, if you look at this line here, we're going to get an endo to the cookie file, the local state file, excuse me. So this one is obviously not protected. And then if we have a valid endo, we'll continue. We're going to get the file size because we want to know how many bytes we're going to read. We're going to allocate memory, and then we're going to read the file. So at this point here, all you have in memory is the whole content of the local state file. Obviously, there's a bunch of stuff in there that you don't need for that specific attack, but just know that you're going to still collect everything. Now that you have all that data, it's time to actually extract the key, right? The format of the file is fairly known. If you remember earlier, you saw here that it's actually a JSON-based file, and it always starts with the encrypted key, and then you have the encrypted key. Obviously, this is C. Unfortunately, C is really good at not implementing library. That's not what C is designed for. So the idea here is that you're going to have to implement your own algorithm. There's no like JSON parsing by default within the C functionality, right? So what you do here is you're actually just going to look for a pattern the dummiest way that you can. So If you look at the top, you have the pattern that actually looks for encrypted key. So the second that you find that pattern, you know that you found the location of the key in there. And then you're going to do a bit of magic to actually find the end of it by looking for the double quotes that ends the whole string. Long story short, you're going to do the math and figure out that you need to copy the byte between the pointer that point to the beginning of it and the end of it. And eventually, when you extract that and you copy this, you're going to end up with just the blob of text associated with the actual encryption key within the file in C. Once again, definitely not as clean as doing it in C# or anything like that, because we're just doing it raw pretty much. We're just parsing the file, looking for that specific value here. Then you need to actually take care of the key, right? If you look at this whole thing, right, we want to actually merge this into one specific function, right? The best way to actually also find folders name, this is all located in app data. If you notice the environment variable earlier, you should definitely not hard code them, because your app data folder is always within your user folder, which means that you should always rely on Windows API to actually get to the information. In this case, sh get folder path, and you specify that you want to have the local app data. So regardless of how random the username is, you're always going to get the path. And then what we're going to do is we're going to append the path that is matching the one for the local state. So at this point here, remember, we saw earlier the get file content. So we get the path, we actually get the data out. If for whatever reason we didn't get any data, we're just going to gracefully exit and be like, yeah, you're not going to get any cookie today. Then we're going to extract the key. So at this point here, we have the base64 blob associated with the key. Next step, you just create your main, right? So all you have to do is call the main function that we created that contained all of this. So you specify the path. In this case here, remember, both paths are appended, so you get the local app data path plus the rest of it, which is always the same, right? In this case, it's not even going to be within the default profile. This file is always located at the same location because it's a folder before the actual profile. So you get the file, and then you just print the information. So what we need now is to actually have the secret function that is the core of this part, which is the get master key, right? All you have to do here is call the previous API that we saw, which is crypt and protect data. Just for your information too, for those of you that are familiar with dumping LSAS, you actually need privilege access to the system to be able to dump LSAS, right? LSAS is running a system. There's a bunch of protection that can be put in place, like PPL protection and all of that. The beauty of the browser is that it runs as the user, and to be able to actually get to the crypt and protect data, well, you actually need to run as the user, because the way that crypt data work, it's actually going to calculate a key based on the current user context. So Microsoft is using a lot of stuff in the background. It's capable of calculating the key within that specific user. So if you were in a context where you ended up getting a shell in the system, you do your thing, then you're like, okay, I compromise the system as that user, perfect, because all you need is that actual user context to get there, right? So you call the unprotect data, and then you just show it to the user, in this case, the red team operator and all of that. If you're familiar with, some of the C2 out there, like Cobalt Strike and all of that, there's also a buff available for that, by the way, so you can run this in memory without ever touching this, which is always nice from an OPSEC perspective, that's for sure. So point is, at this point, we're actually going to display the clear text key associated with the actual browser, right? So this is what it's going to look like. Before we actually get to the master key, however, we need to do one more thing, right? This was base64 encoded, remember? And funny enough, there's no such thing as Windows API that actually do base64 encoding. The truth is there is one, but as weird as it sounds, you may have heard a lot of people telling you that base64 is encryption, which is not. It's actually encoding. But for some reason, Microsoft decided to also put base64 within the crypt string to binary API, which is kind of weird a bit. And even if you look at the constant, it's crypt string base64. So apparently even Microsoft believes that base64 is, I guess, encryption for some reason. So point is, you're actually going to decrypt that script according to Microsoft, but in fact, you're just decoding it. So you're going to get the raw data out of it. Notice here that I'm cheating a bit because, C can be dirty, but also efficient. I'm actually going to increment the pointer of what I get out of this +5. The reason why is super simple. The script is encrypted with the DP API header. So it literally had DP API in front of it, which is not going to be useful if you're trying to decrypt it with the API. It's just not going to work right away, right? So by doing the +5, I'm actually changing the pointer of the string, and I get rid of the DP API that is actually useless. So from there, you now have the plain text data, which is not base64 encoded, that can be now sent to get master key. So at this point here, you'll be able to get the master key out of this. and you're finally gonna get your key in clear. So if you kind of look at what happened here, we have this massive function called get encryption key from file, get file content, then we call extract key, then we get the master key, which end up calling encrypt and protect data. I know I'm really bad at naming my function, but it is what it is, right? If you actually run this here, this is what you're gonna be presented with. Of course, I want it to be as portable as possible, so by default, it dump both Edge and Chrome. So you see, I love to have verbose information in my tools because I don't trust myself, to be honest. So by looking at the kind of output that I get, I know that something went wrong or not. So if you look at this, you get the base64 key. That is gonna be base64 decrypted according to Microsoft, or decoded. And then you also have your master key, which is the actual key that was decrypted by the call to unprotect data, right? So at this point, you have half of the job done, right? You have the key, you're ready to decrypt those cookies. You just need to get to those cookie, right? So this is where we're actually gonna go to the handle problem. So first things first, we need to find the process, right? That's pretty straightforward. For those of you that have written a bit of malicious code in your life, you probably are familiar with the create tool help 32 snapshot Windows API. Long story short, this is a Windows API that allows you to get a bunch of information. You can ask for process lists through this one. So in this case, what I'm doing, I'm just going through all the processes that are running on my system. In this case, I'm obviously looking for one specifically, so that's why I'm also expecting a parameter, which is process name, right? So this parameter is gonna be used for the comparison here. So I'm looking for the process that is returned by the API. I'm looking if it's actually matching their process name. If it's the case, that means that I found one of the Chrome instance or Edge, depending on what I'm looking for. If this is the case, this is where we're gonna call the copy database brute force handle by PID. And we're gonna pass the PID as an argument. First things first, there's this magic structure that is called the PEB, which is a process environment block. Every time you spawn a process, this structure is going to be mapped in memory at a well-known location. The reason why we're actually interested in this one is that specific structure actually contains a lot of valuable information. One of the parameters within the structure is actually called RTL user process parameters, and it actually contains the process parameter. Remember that we're looking for a Chrome or Edge process that actually have the keyword network in there. So definitely getting to the PEB is interesting because we'll be able to see which kind of parameter the program have. So if you look at the actual RTL user process parameters on your right, you'll notice that part of that other structure also have something called command line. Definitely what we're looking for, right? So to this point, you actually have access to the command line. You just need to actually implement that within your C code. And this is fairly simple. Remember that the PEB is always going to be mapped at a known location that is predictable. This is actually done by using the offset FS30 in 32-byte and GS60 for 64-byte process. So once you get there, all you have to do is do this with C. Long story short, what you're going to do is that you're going to actually open a process handle to the remote process. Keep in mind that this is not process injection. Process injection is about injecting something and executing it within the remote process. In this case, we're just kindly asking to have access to the remote process and maybe ask for some information. Nothing too fancy here. We're going to only read information. We're not planning to write everything in there. The first thing that we're going to do here is actually called the undocumented anti-query information process, which is technically exposed by Microsoft, but it don't really document it because you're not supposed to do what we're doing right now. So by actually asking this, using the handle to the remote process, if you look at the first line, you'll notice that the open process is expecting a parameter with a PID. Hello, hello, perfect. So lock locked up, dead mic, we're doing fine. Thanks for attending, always a pleasure. By the way, NorthSec is a great event. You should all, give a big round of applause to all the people behind the NorthSec. They have been doing an incredible job for years. So let's take a second and applaud them. That being said, back to more C code. So NT query information process allow you to actually ask for specific information. And if you'll notice, the second parameters is process basic information, which somehow will magically return some of the process information. As part of that structure, you actually have the PEB base address, which is exactly what you're looking for here. But you're actually asking the one within the remote process. So we're going to get the PEB information from the Chrome process that we're targeting. Then at this point, what we're going to do when we read that process memory, we're actually just going to read the process memory information at that location. Remember, we got the information for the RTL structure that is actually coming from this, which is part of the PEB, right? So if you look at the PEB here, you'll notice that we read the PEB base address, then we actually read the process parameter structure, which is actually returning you the RTL user, and from there, you're actually going to read the command line. So at this point, you're going to return the command line, and you're going to return a straight either it's a true or false, depending on if network service is present or not, right? So this way, we're actually going through all the process from that loop, and inside of it, if we found one that have network service, we know that we have a match and we got the process that we're looking for. This is exactly what we want, right? So at this point, you have the massive brute force routine, which is where we're going to call the is network service. So we're going to get a bunch of information from there. If it's not matching this, we definitely know that we're not targeting the right process, right? So until we get to that point, we're going to get to the point where we're going to have a Chrome or Edge process matching parameters that does contain network service. So we're actually ready to do the magic. Here, we're going to ask for another endo. Notice in this case that I asked the process to have this one specific privilege, which is called dupe endo. You may have guessed it. It allows you to actually duplicate a process endo that way. So what we're going to do here is trying to find the endo that we want to duplicate. Process have a lot of magic constant, right? And that's another thing. From an EDR perspective, you usually want to pick the right one, right? People, by laziness, will tend to ask for process all access, but the truth is you don't necessarily need that. You always want to, use the least privilege kind of approach. So in this case, I'm just asking for process dupe endol because all I want is to duplicate the endol. I don't want to have, all the permission because I actually don't need them, right? So always look at those constants. It's going to make a huge difference, right? So back to, this whole NT query object. If you were actually to do it that way, you'll get a list that looks like that. However, we don't have that luxury because it's going to return nothing to us in an attempt to prevent us from doing bad stuff. So what we're going to do is, instead of trying to understand how endos work, remember, endos are actually IDs, which are just integer or numbers. Usually they're like D word size, so 32-byte kind of thing. Honestly, if you have a process that have 1 million, like where the ID is like over 1 million, there's definitely something going on, right? Usually they're going to remain pretty low because the number always start back for each process. So usually, as you can see here, we have 44, 84. It's like these numbers are not crazy. So we can safely assume that your endol is always going to be located between 0 and 1,000. That's a safe assumption. Knowing that, what we're going to do here is actually leverage duplicate endol as an oracle. So we're going to do a simple loop. We're going to loop over 1,000. Every time we're going to have a number. So let's say we're going to start with 0. I think my code actually started at 1 just because I know that it's never going to be 0. And I'm going to actually cast that number into an endol. Under the hood, Microsoft will be like, yeah, you're trying to get to the endol 1. Okay, perfect. You're trying to duplicate endol 1. Well, it may not work because this endol actually does not exist, right? And as you can see, if you look at the documentation, it's going to tell you that if the function succeeds, it's going to return a non-zero value. If it fails, it's going to return 0. So we're actually going to use this as an oracle, as simple as it sounds. We're going to try to duplicate arbitrary endol based on an ID. So we're going to start with 1. Is it successful or not? No, perfect. Let's move on to the next 1, 2, 3. Eventually, we're going to hit some valid endol that are not necessarily the one that we're looking for. But now we're going to use another check, which is actually checking for the actual file name associated with the endo by calling this wonderful API called getFinalPathName by endo. As it states, it's going to actually return the file name of an endo. So whatever it's associated with that endo is going to be returned as a string. So all we have to do here is one more check. If we found a valid endo, we're actually going to compare the name and make sure that it contains cookie, and it also does not contain cookie journal because cookie journal is not the one that we're looking for. So at this point here, you actually have found the original endol, and you actually have already duplicated that endol. So you have a fully independent endol that is actually pointing to the file that was logged. So that's pretty much good news, right? As I mentioned, if you pass the str check, it means that you actually have found the handle to the cookie database. So this is where the fun part begins. This is just an example here, but what I'm going to do here is fairly simple. I'm just going to rewind the pointer because you get this handle pointer that points to somewhere, and you do that by calling set file pointer, and you just set it to 00 file beginning. And remember, it's a file handle, and by default, Microsoft allows you to have access to certain MPI, such as get file size and stuff like that. So you can actually get the file size by actually calling the get file size API with that handle. So at this point, you have the size of the file of the cookie. You have the handle that you can use. All you have to do now is actually read the file. So you read the file with your actual handle that was reset to its original location, so 0. So you're going to read the whole thing, and you're just going to write it to another file. That's all, because the file that you're going to create, you created the file. And notice here that I was kind to myself. I also created the file with generic all because I want to have all the permission on my own file, and also share the read and the write. So if for whatever reason you have another tools within your toolset that is trying to touch that file, well, at least it's not going to be locked like the one with Chrome. So basically, you ended up writing a file that was locked and you were not supposed to be able to read. If we actually recap this whole part, it's a bit more tedious in terms of API call, but you actually call the API for like process first, next, and all of that to actually be able to get to the list of process. Then you actually call the homemade function that will take care of checking if it's the actual network service. If it's the case, you're going to call anti-query information process to get to the PEB. If you found the right one, you're going to call duplicate handle. Then you're going to check if the handle is mapped to the file that you're looking for. And then you're going to set pointer, read file, and write file. And you're going to be able to get access to that file that was actually not supposed to be read by you because it was locked. If you look at it visually, this is what it's going to look like, right? Of course, always pick a perfect file name like steel.exe to make sure it doesn't look suspicious at all. So you're running steel.exe in this case, and it's going to do all the check. Remember, love to have verbose information, so I know where this is going. In this case here, it's actually using the PID as the file name. So it's going to tell you that it located the file because the path was matching, and then you have the size file, and then you just create the file and you save it somewhere. So from an attacker perspective, you just have to download that file. It's lock-free, so you have full access to it. Another thing to consider too, you could have used like namepipe or something like that to actually communicate the information somewhere else. It's really just up to you. What I wanted to show you is that you can actually steal those cookies even if they're technically locked. Last step, we're getting there slowly but surely. You have to actually decrypt the cookie, right? So at this point, you have the database file on your own system. You actually extracted the key earlier. All you have to do is use ASGCM. If you want to do it in C, help yourself. Honestly, C is a bit painful when it comes to ASGCM, so I'd rather do it in C# because it's built in, right? So all I'm going to do here is just re-implement the algorithm. Super simple. As you can see, the method is actually called decrypt cookie. That's really all it does, right? It's going to decrypt the cookie. So you pass the data that you got from the SQLite database. You actually perform the algorithm because you actually have the key, and you're going to get the cookie in clear. And then if you want to build a main on top of it, all you have to do is a bit of SQLite. There's a bunch of built-in functionality in .NET that actually allow you to do so. In this case, if you look at the line here, you have the command text, which is basically the SQL query that you're going to issue to get to the data, right? And then you're going to present it to the operator by calling console write line. Notice that the first one is just basically username, host key, sorry. Second one is going to be name, and the third one, which we'll call the decrypt cookie, will have the clear text version of the cookie. So if you run that with your stolen database file and the key that you got, this is what you're going to be presented with, a bunch of actual cookies that are in clear text. Notice that here in this case, I kind of cropped some of it because I did it on my own system, so you technically all have my browser key right now if you want to extract my own cookie. But notice that usually this part here is always going to be encrypted, but now it's actually clear text. It may look random. This is just how cookies are done, right? The value itself has no value. It's as long as the server know what to do with that specific value, they'll be good to go. But cookie like that will actually allow you to connect, right? Just an FYI, as I told you, you can do the exact same thing with the login data. So every time you actually cache credentials or save it into your browser, it's going to be saved within the database. So just to kind of give you an example here, you've noticed that you have some weird character. This is the actual field that's encrypted. So the password is actually encrypted, but guess what? They're using the exact same key. And funny enough, login data is actually not locked. So you can right away, just download it and actually save it. And for those of you that are wondering, this is actually real cache credential information for myself. So I do use Control4 at home. For those of you that are familiar with that platform, it's terrible, but that's another story. Point is, you run the tool. Once again, leaked my own private key for my browser. And then you just have to decrypt everything, and you'll be presented by the C# code with the actual email or username associated with the product, the URL associated with the product, and the password. So no need to tell you that if we were to do a red team engagement, if you found, sysadmin and other, users of interest that save their credential in there, all you have to do is to actually extract those. You'll get a bunch of password and clear. And most of the time, these services are SSO. So there's a good chance that you'll get, uh-oh, we're out of battery, third problem of the day. We're doing fine. That being said, we're almost there, so we should be good. Anyway, you can actually get those SSO information from the browser. So if they use their own Active Directory to authenticate, everything's going to be fine, right? You'll be able to actually potentially compromise their domain credentials without having to ever touch LSAS. And you can also get those cookie. And here's a perfect example of why you want to use a cookie. Citrix is still quite popular, right? It's actually web-based at the end of the day. If you know the path, it's always going to be the same, right? You can actually request like resource lists. All you have to do is put a couple of cookies. Of course, Citrix wanted to be secure, so they implemented a CSRF token to prevent this kind of stuff. But the thing is, the CSRF token is also part of the cookie, right? So while you're going to extract all the cookie associated with the Citrix instance, you'll get the CSRF token from there that you just have to add within the, I guess we're dead. Please hold. Please hold. I don't know much about computer. Is it actually charging? Okay. Please hold. So the computer is rebooting. But I guess because we're already past the time, I'll just kind of finish without the visual. But point is, once you get to Citrix, what's going to happen is fairly simple. Yeah, so, I guess. Y a-tu du HDMI sur des Mac? Ah non, mais il est là. J'ai juste besoin de ton mot de passe, Marie-Ève. Merci. Can you just mention your password to the mic, please? I tried. Okay, we're back. Sorry once again, but I guess we're still there, so there's that. So point is, the CSRF token is part of the cookie, so it doesn't really have any value in terms of preventing you from doing this. Once you issue that, you'll be able to get presented with like the URL to the actual application exposed within the Citrix instance. So all you have to do is reuse the same cookie that you already just captured, and you're actually going to paste the URL that was provided by the application. You're going to be presented with the ICA file. This file is actually used for authentication, and usually Citrix do pass-through, so you have the authentication encrypted within the file. So you just double-click on it, and you'll be logged on whatever Citrix application they're exposing without even knowing a single person password. So definitely interesting. The main takeaway is there's no EDR detection for that kind of attack because they don't look for that. You don't do any user privilege escalation. You're touching your process, but you're not injecting yourself in it. You're just reading information. You don't really have to worry about MFA because you're passed out with the cookie. Passwords are for free, right? If you really love those passwords, you'll get it that way. You can also dump the browser memory, just an FYI too. Quick example here, actually did that request, waited 20 minutes and dumped the process memory. If you're wondering why browsers are slow, look at the amount of instance of that string is actually present in memory. I only browse it once, there's like 100 instances of it. And the other cool thing too is this was an actual post request with username and password, and it was still present in the memory in the next 20 minutes after that. So definitely you may want to also try to dump the whole password memory and trying to see if you can just scrape password from that. This could also be automated, and it's probably going to be added to the tool, but we're just going to use pattern matching to try and actually find password that way. If you want to give it a try, it's already available on GitHub, so feel free to give it a try and steal everyone's cookie and enjoy your life. And that's finally it for me. Sorry for all the issue.
Thank you very much, Charles. Charles will be around for the Q&A. So let's take a 5 minutes prior to the next talk. There will be a Slido as well. So welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Before we go further, I'd like to remind you there's a Slido at the end. So if you got any questions, any Q&A, any very hard questions you'd like to ask our panel, by all means, ask away. So now it's a real pleasure to present Will Summerhill. Will is a senior consultant at Mandiant, now a Google company, is an expert in all things red teaming and purple teaming, and it's a real pleasure. Please give a warm applause for Will. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Laurent. Hello, NorthSec. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Simplified Malware Development, Entropy, and Other Techniques. This should be fun. All right, classic Who Am I slide, of course, to get this out of the way. So I'm Will Summerhill. I'm a senior red team consultant at Mandiant Canada, now part of Google Cloud. Currently based out of Toronto. Previously, I've been doing a lot of consulting and other fun stuff for a good handful of years. It's fitting I started my career here in Montreal, and I came back to do my first talk at a conference today. So excited to be on this side of the podium at NorthSec for the first time. Thank you, thank you. All right, make malware simple again. So this probably sounds pretty controversial. It's meant to be, what we're really trying to talk about here is some malware evasion basics without overcomplicating things too much. So, evasion gets pretty complex pretty quickly, depending on the environment you're up against, depending on the EDR you're up against. Everything's going to be changed. There's so many different factors to consider. So the goal of this talk is really just to provide a couple simple techniques for red teamers to help in malware development that are kind of novel, and then a little bit of blue team detection at the very end. All right, quick overview of what we'll be chatting about today. So we'll quickly touch on kind of how EDRs operate at a very high level, and then some EDR evasion theory. Then we'll get into our first technique for entropy evasion. Our second technique is going to be Windows callback functions. And then lastly, we'll briefly touch on some blue team detections, kind of, high level. All right, EDR evasion theory, 30,000-foot view of evasion within a few minutes. Okay, so endpoint detection and response systems, right? Also next-gen antiviruses. How does an EDR actually work? So I've got a list here on the slides that you can see kind of around some high-level summaries of the different types of detection an EDR is going to implement. It's not a complete list, of course, but to look at these kind of just briefly one by one. So EDRs are going to have signature-based detections first, which are going to be looking at knowing static code to look for signatures in your code that are identified as malicious. Number two, we have behavior-based detection. So this is going to be analyzing the behavior of a program to determine if it's like malicious in nature. Number three, you got heuristics, which is looking at the characteristics of malware. And then four, lastly, we'll chat about and get into is entropy-based detection. So this is looking at basically hitting a high threshold of entropy in your malware. And if that threshold gets hit, then it could be flagged as suspicious. So now we kind of touched on EDR. So now how about EDR evasion theory? So I can't take any credit for this, of course. So there's these 4 areas of evasion. This is from Jackson T. So shout out to Jackson. He was the original developer of SysWhispers. Since done a lot of research and prominent work in the industry that definitely recommend checking out his work. So there's 4 areas of evasion to touch on these real quick. So number one, avoidance. So this is just simply avoiding systems that have EDRs, right? So if anytime on a red team, you see an old Windows Server, 2008 or older, basically can't support an EDR, just simply target those systems because you can just avoid the EDR altogether. Number two, blending in. So this is basically monitoring the behavior of your initial exploitation and post-exploitation to be able to blend in with legitimate traffic that an EDR sensor is expected to see, so that way you don't tip it off. Also managing your parent-child process relationship, things like that. Number three, blind spots, probably the most researched one in the industry. This is probably what we're all here for. So things like encryption, encrypting your shellcode, obfuscating your code, direct syscalls, indirect syscalls, hiding imports, pinvoke, deinvoke, a whole bunch of stuff. Keeps going on. And then number four, tampering sensors. So this is actually modifying the way that an EDR sensor is going to be able to send telemetry to phone home. You could uninstall the software if you can get that far, especially if it's running in kernel mode. It's a little hard to do. You can do patching and unhooking, so like patching AMZ, patching E2W, unhooking NTDLL, possible to load a fresh copy, things like that. So area of focus of this talk, number three here, we're going to be chatting about blind spots. All right, first technique, entropy evasion. Okay, so what is entropy? Probably heard of it before, at least. So entropy generally is a field of information theory, also related to physics, and there are other fields of entropy, but for our sake, we just care about it within information theory. So very simply put, entropy is a measurement of randomness or unpredictability. Generally the main thing you got to know going into these slides, just very simply put. So what does this actually have to do with malware, right? We're talking about malware development and evasion. So basically when you have, let's say, large encrypted shellcode blobs or encrypted code in your malware, that can produce a high degree of randomness or entropy in your code. And EDRs are starting to have detections based on entropy, and when an entropy threshold gets hit in your file, basically additional context and analysis and scrutiny gets put on those files, for the detections, for the behavior, for the context of the system that you're on and the user context you're running in. Machine learning, of course, gets added to it, basically just to determine if it actually is malicious or benign. So the goal here really is what we can at least to try and avoid that additional scrutiny to try and improve our evasion is by reducing entropy of our malware. So let's simplify this, right? Simplify malware development. So in our case, more entropy equals more randomness or unpredictability, and that is bad. So that makes us sad. And then less entropy is more order or predictability in our code, and that's good, and that makes me happy. So how do we actually calculate entropy? So there's an algorithm called Shannon entropy. This is from Claude Shannon. This goes back to the 40s. It's been around for a while. It's basically a logarithmic algorithm. And generally, it says it's the expected value of information contained in each message. The expected value part is kind of important there. That's what we're like focusing on, really. So really, the algorithm is going to assign a higher value output for a rarer event, and then a lower value output for more common events. So we have a couple examples here on the slide. So if we look at a common event, and we have the actual phrase, some random words like this, this is common, this is expected, this is going to produce a low number output for Shannon entropy. And then at the bottom, on the other side of it, we have a rarer event. You know, we have like this random encoded, encrypted blob, whatever this is, random text. This is unexpected and unpredictable, and then therefore this produces a high number output of Shannon entropy. So we can use the same algorithm to calculate the Shannon entropy of files. So there's a few different implementations of this. Windows System Terminal, as you can see on the screenshot there, is going to calculate for us and produce it in the output right at the bottom. We're going to look at a Python implementation. Of course, you can have any other code that could do this. It's not too difficult. So for Python, we got shannonentropy.py. Not going to get into the algorithm too much. I don't want to bore you. But generally, it's going to calculate the entropy of a file with the values between 0 and 8. So if you have a file that has a 0 entropy, that means it is 0% random or completely predictable. If you have a file that has 8 entropy, that's the maximum value, that means that file is 100% random or completely unpredictable. And then it's generally expected normal files by EDRs are at least classified within the range of 4.8 to 7.2 entropy. It's not a hard minimum, hard maximum. You know, you could have a normal file that's less than that or more than that, of course, but generally expected for an EDR. And then malicious files by EDRs are starting to be classified as entropy as 7.2 or higher. Some EDRs, I know for a fact, classify them as 7.0 or higher. Basically, if you hit that threshold, then that further analysis and context is going to be put on those files. And then if you had an absolutely encrypted file with a purely random key, that's going to produce an entropy of 8, so the maximum value, 100% random. So let's provide some examples. All right, so let's calculate the entropy of a few different files using standard entropy.py. So at the top, we've got some standard files. We'll look at the Windows host file, right? This is the default host file, just plain text words. It's got an entropy of 4.68, so pretty low, right? It's a readable file. And then how about ntdll.dll? So that's 6.21. It's a little bit higher, right? It's non-human readable. It's compiled. It's a library, so it does have a bit higher entropy because of that. And then at the bottom, we've got some raw shellcodes, just to provide some examples. So like a calc.bin raw shellcode file, entropy 5.91. Again, a bit higher, not too bad. Message box, same, about 6 entropy, pretty normal. And now what if we XOR encrypted those raw shellcode files? So if we use a 16-byte random key, XOR encrypted shellcode file, so we have a calc.bin XOR encrypted, we can see an increase from 5.9 to 6.9, so one whole data point increase. So relatively big change there. And then same for the message box.bin, we get an increase from 6 to 7.12. So again, both kind of showing that due to the encryption, we get a higher degree of entropy in those. Still not too high though. All right, how about some working Cobalt Strike payloads? So these are super bare-bone payloads that just simply allocate and run shellcode. So it's XOR encrypted Cobalt Strike shellcode that works. And basically, we can see a couple different payloads here. So we got one, a C++ DLL, entropy of 7.97. So again, almost completely random, as 8 is the maximum value. And then how about install util payloads, the .NET payload, 7.91. So both of these are hitting almost maximum entropy, as almost all these files are completely encrypted and random. So pretty high, then well above our threshold of entropy of that 7.2 threshold. All right, so what can we actually do about this, right? So we got to reduce our entropy. That's the point of this talk here. So some ideas I've got on the slides here. You know, you could add arbitrary data, right? You could add like low entropy files, low entropy images, and compile it all within your code. I like the idea of appending an end-user license agreement to the end of your payload, or adding like a movie script, which is just a bunch of words, right, which have low entropy. You can also inflate your payload, so just add null bytes at the end. And the goal of all of this is really just to decrease the amount of encrypted data in relation to the file as a whole. You can also add random junk code, right? I always like to add junk code to my payloads anyway. Basically just code that you can hit. You can pull it from GitHub. I like to do math operations. You can grab code from Microsoft, right? You can look at Microsoft's GitHub, Azure's GitHub, decompile.net if you want to go that far, especially if you're running a Microsoft signed process. Be pretty nice to have. You can see at the bottom here, still a little bit of issues with this technique. So EDRs in this tool can actually just calculate the entropy of each section. So an EDR is going to look at the individual sections of your PE file. And so we've taken that install util payload, we've appended an end user license agreement to the end of it. We can see the entropy, still at 7.9, still pretty high, but that text section still has really high entropy, 7.97, so almost 8. So that value hasn't changed at all, just because we haven't modified that section. So the goal here instead is going to be to obfuscate our shellcode so that we can take entropy out of the equation altogether. All right, blind spots we're talking about, right? EDR blind spot number 1, reducing entropy. So there's a blog post back from 2022 by Vincent Van Meegum. He's got a blog post about a blueprint for evading industry-leading endpoint protection. He basically provides 10 different points that you could be able to do for improve your evasion, specifically against CrowdStrike for his case. But so his second point here is around reducing entropy. And he basically states that you could design an algorithm that encodes shellcode into dictionary words. And so words have low entropy, as well as removing that shellcode from your payload, or at least removing those encrypted large blobs from your payload, which is going to reduce entropy even further. So got a tool to do exactly that, diction shellcode. So small Python tool, it's live right now. And simply put, it's just going to encode shellcode into dictionary words. So, benefit of adding words to your payload, another benefit of being able to avoid using those standard XOR AES encryption libraries, because an EDR is going to check your import address table and be able to identify if you are using some encryption libraries. So actually, we can just avoid that altogether without having to use encryption. And so simply at runtime, we're going to decode a word to its equivalent shellcode byte using this translation dictionary. So we basically need to create a translation dictionary, one word for each possible value of shellcode, so 256 words total. So if we have an example, like for a translation dictionary, we're going to assign a word to each value. So bananas, in this case, is going to equal 0, 0. Monthly is going to equal 0, 1. Snow is going to equal 0, 2. All the way down to toolbox is going to equal 0 by FF, or 255. And we'll use that to decode at runtime. And quick setup how it works. So really simple to use. So we'll just give it a dash file for a raw shellcode file input. Give it a language, C# or C++ supported. And then optionally, if you want to put your encoded shellcode words to another file and just read that file at runtime, you could output them to a file as well. So a quick demo how it works. We're just going to run Python with diction shellcode and create our code on the left here. So we're going to give it a dash file for calc.bin as an example. Give it a dash lang C#, and then out file to output that dictionary encoded words to a file. And then we can see our encoded words get copied to clipboard for our shellcode. So on the right, we're just going to paste that. So we can see dict words there. That's our calc shellcode on the right. And then on the left, we have translation dictionary. This is our 256 words that we need to use to decode at runtime. And then the words, you can also have them output to a file as well, just to read that at runtime instead. So here's how it's going to look in your code. At the top, you get translate dict. That's your translation dictionary, 256 bytes or words. And then basically, you're just going to have your giant, large wall of encoded shellcode words. So this is a small example, right? Only 276 bytes. It would operate the exact same for Cobalt Strike. Those are generally like 250,000, 300,000 bytes. So you essentially have 300,000 words in your code, which is fine because it's actually just going to reduce our entropy, which is great. That's the whole point of this. And then at runtime, this is the decoding routine. So you're just simply just going to have a nested for loop. So the first loop, you're just going to loop through each shellcode word. And then within that, the nested for loop to loop through every possible dictionary value, basically to find the word to byte equivalent, and then simply just allocate that byte to your shellcode variable, and then pretty much just run and execute your shellcode as is. All right, now what if we use this to actually calculate the entropy of some diction shellcode payloads? So this is with Cobalt Strike shellcode. So we got a couple examples. The first example, we have the words encoded within the exe. So this is diction shellcode.exe at the top, entropy of 5.16, which is pretty good. And then second example, we've got the encoded words in a separate file. So we have an exe that's going to read the dictionary words.txt shellcode text, and we can see that's coming in at 4.56, 4.19, so both really low. So we can see now how low our shellcode entropy or payload entropy really is, which is pretty great. Okay, a couple caveats before moving on. So caveat number one, this is not a one-size-fits-all solution. Just because you reduce entropy of your payload or use this technique doesn't mean you're going to bypass an EDR automatically. So it's a small part of the equation, but not everything, of course. And caveat number two, to state this, so every environment you go up against, every EDR you go up against is going to be different, right? Some EDRs are going to put more or less focus on entropy. Some EDRs may not even consider entropy or care. So there's also many different characteristics of a payload besides entropy, of course, that an EDR can look at. So it's definitely worth calling both of those out. All right, next technique, Windows callback functions. Okay, so how would we actually launch shellcode? The most standard payload I can think of, 1 minute class on malware dev 101, okay? So we need Windows API calls, the most basic payload I can think of. So we've got about these 4 or 5 API calls that we're gonna chat about really quickly. So number one, you need virtual alloc API, as that's used to allocate a space in memory where you wanna place your shellcode. Number two, you got RTL move memory, marshal.copy, something like that. That's gonna be able to copy your shellcode to that newly allocated space. Number three, you got virtual protect to change the address space to make it executable so you can launch your shellcode. And then number four, create thread, which calls a new thread within that process to run the shellcode. And kind of with that, at the end, you got wait for single object, which you need to use to be able to wait for that thread to complete before returning. So the actual launching of the shellcode part, we saw that create thread. This is to be able to run shellcode in the current process, right? We're not talking about like shellcode injection, process injection here, anything like that. So we've got create thread, that's part of kernel 32. Potentially you could also call it the NT API version, which is NT create thread, goes to NT DLL. Regardless, it's going to ultimately go to NT DLL anyway, and then down to kernel mode and the syscall and so on. So what's the issue with that, right? It sounds very normal, but we can identify a couple problems at least. So number one, this is a very known detectable pattern or series of API calls of malware. So an EDR is going to know once they start to see these 4 or 5 API calls, even if they're spread out a little bit, that something very fishy or suspicious is going on. Problem number two, so create thread APIs, as well as many other APIs, are commonly hooked by EDRs. So when an API gets hooked, essentially it redirects the execution to an EDR for further analysis to check if that's something is suspicious or malicious is going on, and then returns. So we've got, Mr. Unicoder literally was standing here a minute ago. So he's got this EDRs blog post, thanks man, that's got different EDRs and the basically DLL or APIs that they hook within NTDLL. So we got a couple of examples here for demonstration. Silence and Carbon Black, both hooking NT create thread as well as many other APIs. So just some examples. So EDR blind spot number two, again, we're talking about blind spots. So how about just avoiding hooked APIs? So there's a blog post back from 2016. It's been around for a while now by Hexacorn about Windows callback functions. And so he basically states you could use what are known as Windows callback functions to be able to run shellcode in theory. And he basically provides hundreds of examples of how you could technically do this given the right level of programming. So what actually are Windows callback functions? So a callback function, if you look at the Microsoft documentation for it, it states that it's code within a managed application that helps unmanaged DLL function complete a task, which, very simply put, some unmanaged function is running a task. So Microsoft provides a couple examples for us. enum windows is one. Basically, it's a callback function to enumerate the windows on your system. Enum printers, same thing, enumerate the printers. So very menial tasks, right? It's also very nice they say that this process is straightforward, which I don't disagree with them. It is straightforward. So we got a repo to use Windows callback functions called C# alt shellcode callbacks, which are simply C# payload examples to be able to launch shellcode. So some of them are from C++ templates, generally from VX Underground. Others I researched and made myself as they were kind of undocumented. And so some callback function payloads examples, something like using a payload with enum windows to launch shellcode, enum font families, things like that. Pretty basic callback functions that could run our shellcode. So generally right now, 45 callback functions are supported. This list can keep going. I'm not the first one to do this. I'm not going to be the last. There's other repos out there that have done other callback functions as well. I just happen to be speaking in front of you today. All right, so how would we actually go about creating one of these? So if we look at the API documentation for enum desktops, which states that this is a callback function from Microsoft. So we can see the second argument here. This is actually the callback function. It's of type desktop, enum, proc A, right? Doesn't matter what that is. That's just telling us that this is our callback function as well. So the code for it would be pretty simple. Remember, we talked about unmanaged exports. So at the top, we need to have an unmanaged export to get that function into our code. That comes from user 32 in this case. And we can see that second argument that's highlighted there. In our case, for C#, it's going to be an int pointer. So we basically converted that other argument to an int pointer for that callback function. And then you're simply just going to allocate your payload in your code as you normally would. And then at the very bottom, instead of having something like create thread to launch your shellcode, we're going to have our callback function. So we're going to call enum desktops. And this is the function to launch your shellcode. That second argument there, value p, that's going to be where we've allocated our shellcode, and that should run it on runtime. So a quick demo of how this works. So exact same code on the right here, enum desktops. That value p is going to launch the allocated shellcode for calc.exe. And then on the left, we're just simply going to compile it with C# compiler, just going to make an executable as a demo and see how it goes. And then we're just simply going to run it. Shellcode callback.exe. And boom, launches calc just like that. So very easy to do. Use that enum desktop to run that allocated shellcode. All right, blue team detections. So how would we actually go about detecting these types of techniques? So at a high level, you got, we'll chat about quickly, YAR rules are one, P file analysis are another. EDRs are already going to do this, but you could kind of do further custom versions of these as well. Some other candidates on the left we don't have too much time to get into. Probably my most interesting ones probably are sleep detection or targeted ETW collection. Again, EDRs might detect this, but there are ways around it. So you might have to do further custom detections to be able to find them. So to chat about YAR rules first, I'm sure any blue team IR member out there probably uses YAR rules all the time. EDRs already do use YAR rules. They're generally private, but you can have your own custom YAR rules. There's quite a lot of open source YAR rules. So these are first they were from VirusTotal that were when they were created. And the goal of YAR rules is to be able to detect a known pattern or characteristics in malware and not the technique specifically. So you can use it to detect like known malware families or known C2 families like Cobalt Strike, Sliver, Havoc, anything cool like that. And on the left, we get an example of what a YAR rule actually looks like. So this is just detecting the silent banker malware that we've got at the top left for that rule. And then it's going to detect on any of these three strings, A, B, or C. Anytime one of the string matches, it detects and flags that malware as silent banker. So for our case, I took a public repo from Google Cloud's Threat Intelligence. It's helpful for our use case. There's many other public YAR rules out there. Just happen to use this one. So they provide rules for detecting Cobalt Strike shellcode and Sliver shellcode in this public repo. So to actually run this just manually, to demo it, you would use yara.exe, you would give it a rule, and then you would give it your target PID or PE that you want to scan. So first, let's do this against callback function, given the target PID. So the first execution, we're just going to scan the exe while it's sitting on disk. We can see that came back as clean, so no hits. And then the second execution, we're going to use it and scan the target PID, so while it's running in memory. And we can see it did identify that shellcode, which is this giant blob of text right here. Those are the strings that it matched on. All right, second one, so for diction shellcode, we're going to scan the target exe and the target PID while it's running. And we can see that there were no detections with either of these with the exact same rules and exact same shellcode. And that's likely because we had that dictionary word encoded shellcode that was able to try and avoid this. Second technique, real quick, so PE file analysis. So there's a tool out there, PEsieve. Basically, you could use something like this to be able to find and build detections and then make YAR rules out of it and then put that back into like your blue team process of detections. So the goal of something like this is detecting malware in memory, looking at other indicators of compromise that malware can use. Something like finding shellcode from memory, doing something that's like process injection or if like patching or hooking or something like that is happening, we can use this type of method to detect that. So real quick, we'll have PEC. We're going to run it against the target PID 6700, and we can see that it finds diction shellcode immediately, looking at that .NET library. And then we got the scan report on the output. So right away, diction shellcode. That total of 3 is the number of detections that it did find that were malicious. So we got 1 for a patching, and then 2 for implanted shellcode. So was able to quickly identify the shellcode and pull that from memory and flag it. So you could use this basically to go and create new rules in your EDR or something like that in your detection process. That's it. That's all I got time for. Thank you very much. Hope you learned a couple things. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you very much. So please stay with us in the 5 minutes. Thank you again, everyone. I've seen lots of you have shown up, and you all have very nice questions. So thank you very much. So again, let's start with some questions. The very first one is, with EDWTI and in-memory scanning getting more prevalent in EDR, what is the next step to evade or deal with those tools? And that applies for both of you.
I guess from a scanning memory perspective, for those of you that were there last year, I actually did a talk about using words to obfuscate the shellcode. It was actually decoding the shellcode at runtime, pretty much like what he did, but he just did it way better than me. But the only difference is I was doing this thing called invisible shell, right? There's a lot of tooling out there that forget about the fact that when you do your decryption, regardless of what the algorithm is, you're gonna end up with your actual decoded value in memory, right? And the whole point of this invisible shell was to actually clean the memory afterward. Of course, you're gonna have a couple of seconds where you're gonna have some tainted memory, but definitely clean up after yourself. And my biggest advice for that is always dump your process memory and look for a specific pattern that you know that are malicious. If you still find them, it means that you have to fine-tune your tools. That will be my answer, sir.
All right. Next question. This question is actually for Charles. Charles, now you're making lots of tools, and some tools are used by actual APTs. So the question is, if your role is APT emulation, are you proud or are you better than them, teaching them? Like, can you comment on the fact that these elite world state actors are actually using your tools?
Well, obviously, first of all, I don't know how they get to my tool because there's probably much better tools out there. But the truth is, if they use your tool, you have a signature for your own tool because you wrote it, right? So from a detection perspective, we can actually educate on that, right? I'd rather know how they do it with some things that we have full control over than them, coming out with their own tool set that nobody have any idea what it's actually, doing. And funny enough, just a side note on that, if you look at red teaming, 10 years ago, we were learning from APT groups and their technique, but now they were actually the one teaching them. And the reason is fairly simple, right? We have to deal with EDR on a regular basis. That's why every company have to come up with their own evasion tools. But the thing is, red teaming is not about evading the EDR, it's just that we're forced to. So eventually, I think that the industry have to come up with a solution for, legitimate hacker to not have to defeat EDR because we're always gonna come up with new techniques. We're forced to. So that's probably also fueling this whole, let's make offensive tool. If it was not me, it will be him or it will be someone in the crowd regardless, right? And one day someone told me that I should post my code online and I just started and I never stopped since. So I guess it's gonna be someone else if it's not me. But at the end of the day, I know that tool, I know how it works, and I know also how to detect my own stuff, so I guess I can detect those bad guys.
Yeah, I would just add to that on the red team evasion side. So evasion ends up being a lot of the focus of red teams. It's kind of misguided. Basically, with a red team, you're trying to do objective-based testing, right? You're trying to test action on objectives for a client to really determine what a real threat actor could do within their environment, where evasion wasn't even part of the question, because if they're advanced enough, then it doesn't really matter. So I think something exactly what Charles was saying, some solution is to kind of take it out of the equation, not care about the evasion aspect and do more focus on objectives, maybe allow us a payload or something like that, or give a certain level of access for a red teamer, even though it might seem to a client like it defeats the purpose, but really it's just more value for the objective part versus just spending half of the engagement, so much time and money on evasion.
Yep, exactly, and it's actually costly for the customer, and it's getting worse, right? EDR moving to their kernel side of the house, so you'll see in the couple next year, we're gonna have a bunch of kernel exploit because there's a need for it, but it's gonna be people like us that will come up with kernel exploit, and bad guys will use it, but once you're in the kernel, sky's the limit, so it's gonna be an interesting couple of years coming.
All right, we have a very interesting question that I'm really curious to know what the answer is gonna be. How do you get your hands on EDR software for evasion research? And when they don't provide it?
Well, he works at Google, right? So Google has probably long tentacle that can get everything.
No comment.
Fair enough. But genuine answer, it's not easy, and it's also part of the problem, right? They make this super hard because it's security, true obscurity. But the truth is, there is some vendors that will offer you a trial. One example is Sophos, for example. They do offer a trial. Microsoft solution tend to be fairly easy to have access with to their tool sets, right? So you may want to, have a little lab with one or two instead of having all of them. At the end of the day, the concept kind of remains the same, so it's definitely a head start, and you can get started with the free available trial. But yeah, it's not necessarily easy.
The more client engagements you do, the more EDRs you go up against, so you get a bit of an idea of how an EDR might operate. Again, every EDR in every environment, even if it's the same EDR in a different environment, it's still going to operate very differently. So it's not like because you bypass the same EDR in one environment doesn't mean you're going to bypass it in a different environment, right? Context, behavior, machine learning, everything matters. So There's a lot more to it. But yeah, with that said, it's hard to get your hands on trials and licenses. I wish I had more. Yeah, some of it is tested live, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's really about knowing how they get the data, right? If you understand that vector is just about killing that specific vector, it's not necessarily tied to a specific EDR, it's understanding the technique. And there's probably, 10 ways-ish that they actually use to get their telemetry. So if you don't understand them, you just have to pick which one this specific product is using or the mix of what they're using.
There's a follow-up question saying, how do you keep up with new developments in the blue team world?
I do purple teams, so honestly that helps me quite a bit because I don't get to see the blue team side as a red teamer normally. I didn't for a long time, pretty much until I started picking up purple teams and working on methodology for purple teams. It actually made a big difference. It made me kind of think in a total opposite way when I never really thought about blue teamers prior and detections prior on what their side were. It goes the same way. Like every time I'm on a purple team, blue teamer never sees my side of it. They never see Callback strike. They never see targeted attacks and commands and things like that we're using. So it goes both ways.
And that was definitely the corporate answer, right? So you're trying to learn internally, but the truth is lack of sleep and having Red Bull for lunch and breakfast is definitely how you keep up with the industry because it's always moving on both sides of the house. I always say that hacking is a lifestyle in the sense that you have to dedicate your life to get to that point because all I do is thinking about, how I can improve this, how I can do this. Like someone says, and it's actually part of the NorthSec organization that says that life is a CDF. That's really what it is, right? You're always trying to figure out things and everything surrounding you may give you ideas. Like, for example, like trying to use words and, basically write a book that is just malware if you look at the actual word themselves, right? So just be creative.
What you're saying is eat, sleep, hack, repeat, essentially.
Pretty much.
Another question for both of you. Both of you release your tools. That makes detection easier for detection engineers. Do you all keep a hoard of secret tools and exploits you keep for yourselves?
Yes.
Somewhat.
And it's not because I don't want to keep, it's not that I don't want to release it. I'm always about knowledge sharing and all of that. It's just that sometimes, you come across a specific case and you come up with something. It's like, for example, what I presented an hour ago, whatever. I've been using this for 5 years. It was just extremely poorly written, right? So it's like, maybe if I want to publish it, let's rework the code. And eventually I found the time to actually rework the code. And I'm like, okay, I think this is decent enough so I can share it with the world. And there's a bunch of proof of concept like that that are just too messy to be presented to the public. But if you want to sit with me and have a 10-hour conversation, I'll be more than happy to share you everything that I know.
It feels like from what I've followed on Twitter, it feels like we're at almost a little bit of a turning point, whereas something like you, with Patreon, we're going to more subscription-based models, which is great because you get an ROI for all the work and development that you do, hundreds of hours, right, that you contribute to, versus just pushing out tools open source for free. And don't get me wrong, I love the open source community. I put my tools out for free if anything I work on, and not everything, but we benefit each other with the work and research that we do, and we push each other forward. At the same time, the other side of it is we're giving them away for detection engineers for Microsoft CrowdStrike, people like that. And then even worse on the other side of it is giving them to real attackers, right? So attackers can take those tools, retool them, and modify them, and update them, and go forward there. So in a way we're helping each other, but in another way we're making it worse for generally the community.
Yeah, for sure. It's all about team effort.
All right. This question is just for Charles. The fact that any user can dump their own, inject in their own process without UAC, that seems pretty wild. Is that a bug? Is that on purpose? Did I understand it right?
Well, Microsoft is rich in feature, right? So as surprising as it sounds, there's a bunch of process injection technique that's been published over the year, and one of them is leveraging a queue user APC. You may have heard of that one before. That was kind of discovered later. These are novel in the big scheme of the life, right? The thing is, this one is actually hard to detect because of one simple thing. It's happening literally probably millions of times within your computer, right? Injecting stuff into other processes is just normal. And one perfect example, think of a product like Word, Excel, and all of that. All the plugins that you actually inject within the application, under the hood, they do inject feature. So injection is legitimate. It's a way to actually bring more feature to something that's already in there. So it's gonna be there always, and that's usually why, attackers are always trying to come up with new solution. They want to blend in. It's just that the thing is EDR have moved to the kernel to actually try to detect those by looking at what you're trying to execute within the system, right? And if you look at C2 framework, for example, they're going to detect you on your post-exploitation activity more than your initial foothold by actually fingerprinting those kind of, movement, like lateral movement kind of stuff where you're trying to inject yourself in a process. And we could talk about this for hours, but like Cobalt Strike is actually a victim of that. They use this thing called fork and run. It's there to actually make sure that you don't lose your beacon, but it's extremely costly in terms of detection, right? They create a new process to make sure that you can inject your payload within this one. So if something goes wrong, you don't lose your initial access, but it implies having process injection. So it's part of the equation, but it can also get removed to a certain extent, but it's part of the framework. And I guess at the end of the day, EDR just have to do better in terms of signature, right? They all claim that they use machine learning and all of that. So just do better, I guess.
I was just gonna say, yeah, process injection, I mean, just be careful with your parent-child process behavior relationship, right? If you're running in like word.exe from like a macro and then you inject into something like service house, like something that's super abnormal, right? That's gonna be very abnormal, even if you use queues or APC, depending on that behavior, right? And EDR might pick that up.
Yes, and as you pointed out, like, for example, there's always a solution for every problem. You mentioned having a child process of word executing something. I published a tool years ago that was actually used by APT Group to compromise the Olympic Committee. And what it was doing, it was actually using WMI. So Word was actually spawning WMI, and WMI was the one taking care of spawning the process. You literally broke the parent process and the child process link because of you leverage another functionality within Windows. So this tool at the time was extremely efficient because it was not, triggering those kind of detections. So that's why it ended up being fairly popular, but it was also useful for me when I was conducting my red team engagement for the exact same reason.
Charles, can you comment on why Chrome is not using TPMs or process-specific encryption?
You should probably ask Google.
No, not a Chrome developer, sadly, yeah.
Well, honestly, I don't know. It's probably not going to change anything at the end of the day because you may get the clear text out at some point, right? If you have credentials saved in there, at some point it has to be in clear to a certain extent. So they probably have no interest. Maybe they don't want to be hardware dependent. Who knows, right? The truth is you should definitely ask whoever's behind WebKit to actually get an answer. It's probably going to be like a lecture on how TPM is bad from their perspective and stuff like that. But I cannot really answer that one.
All right. Question for both of you. We hear that it's very difficult to break into Red Team. Can you share your origin story as well as give any advice for people who'd like to start?
Yeah, I mean, I started as a pen tester, kind of generally, I started vulnerability management, then I got into consulting, just pretty basic pen testing stuff and client-based work, which was fun. Honestly, after that, yeah, it kind of snowballed into like learning a bit of maldev, and then taking a little bit of courses, and then starting to get a bit more senior, and then eventually, being in like a bit of a junior on a red team, and just kind of learning through a bit of experience. I never took a red team course or anything like that since then. Done a lot of maldev courses and stuff since. Definitely, there's a few recommendations there, but I think, yeah, learning through experience was a big thing for me.
Yeah, I guess I have pretty much a similar background. The only exception is I forget to go to school. I've learned way too old that I was having a problem called dyslexia. That's the reason why every time you write something to me, I will reply with extremely broken French or English. But it's hard to go to school, right? And I always had like interest in puzzle. Like what keep me alive is puzzle, right? As weird as it sounds, my dream job is to actually do chemistry research, but you need a PhD for that. So it's never gonna happen. And then I always had interest in computers, right? They're complex, it's a puzzle, right? So I actually ended up doing a little useless certification, and I met someone that was also interested in hacking, so I started like doing this with him, and we attended Hackfest like 100 years ago, something like that. And we ended up finishing fourth, and people started to notice us, and this is how I actually started in the industry. So I just put a lot of effort. I always says that I'm not better than anyone, I just maybe put a bit more effort than anyone. So you just have to put the effort and you'll get there, right? There's no shortcut when it comes to cybersecurity. You just have to do it and get better at it. Like build your lab, write some code. I know like there's a lot of people that say that you can become a red teamer without knowing a single line of code and have written one. I generally believe that it's not true, because by writing code, you understand how it works. And when you understand how things work, you're gonna be much better actually breaking it. So I just spent probably way too many hours in my life writing stuff and trying to learn the hard way, reversing Windows, DLL, and all of that. So there's no secret. Just do it.
All right. And very interesting question. You know, at which point is it more interesting to make your own C2 and implant than using any either commercial or open source solution?
So that's actually funny. For those of you that know me, I have this Patreon thing that's been going for way too long. And I was, I guess, stupid enough to decide to write a C2 live during one of the seasons. So I did 16 hours of live coding, writing a C2 framework. The idea is probably super broken, full of bugs, but the idea is that I wanted to show the idea behind it, right? So when you design your own C2, you don't necessarily want to do it like everyone else, right? There's probably 20 gazillion product in the market right now, but there's one specific pattern that come often. They use shellcode all the time because originally, like Cobalt Strike, which was the main popular one, was based out of Metasploit, which is an actual exploitation framework, right? It was designed to be run within an exploitation framework, which makes sense to have shellcode. However, when we're in context of red teaming, we're in an execution context. We want to just get code executed. We have credentials or whatever, we can land or payload in there, right? So my C2 does not rely on shellcode, and just by getting rid of that, you get rid of so many detection, right? Because it's trendy to have shellcode within your tool. So if you want to do it differently. Like think outside of the box, come up with your own solution. And for me, my solution was to use C# and reflective .NET in memory because it's built in within the framework. So just experiment, have fun. Because you control both sides of the house, you can be really creative on the web part of it and the also client side of it. So creativity, coding again, that's really it. Like, just give it a try. Worst case, it's just going to be super successful and you're going to bypass everything, right?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. I think it's a pretty good experience to be able to try and code your own C2, right? You get to control everything like you were just saying. So you control all your IOCs and potentially TTPs depending on what you want to bake into it. You can make it super lightweight also, which would be really, really nice. Not having shellcode is nice. You just do something like HTTP requests, whatever it is. It's definitely a lot more customization on that, and obviously it's also a pretty good learning experience. Even if you don't end up using it on real agents, right? You can just learn the coding perspective of it, and even understand more how a CU2 operates back end instead of always relying on something. I'll also push. I mean, I like open source C2s too. Sliver, Mythic, pretty.
Eventually, you're gonna wake up in the morning and be like, "Oh, I'm actually writing a C2 right now." It's always gonna start like as a small idea, and you're gonna end up like spending thousands of hours on it. Trust me, it will come. That day will come.
And then you made a second Cobalt Strike.
Pretty much, yeah. Just don't write it in Java, please. Any Java fan in the room? Please raise your hand. No shame. Just curious. Really? Who's lying? Come on. There's at least one person that enjoyed Java in here. Any C# fan? Please raise your hand.
Whoop.
Yay.
Any PHP fan? Oh, nice.
I love PHP.
Wow, yeah.
PHP is the best. You can do literally everything you want. Any C fan? Oh, we have one or two. Assembly fan? Definitely me.
C++,
Yay.
C++.
Yeah, C++. Yeah, that's too googly for me.
And we have two more questions and very little time, so I wanted to jump ahead. Question about your process. So we often hear that red teaming requires creativity. Can you share how creativity is used in your own work?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I think as you go through the process, I think operator decision-making is really important, and that's where a lot of creativity comes into play. Decision-making based on detections, and evasion, really. So that's essentially where you have to get creative in your work. If you get creative in your malware development, thinking outside the box, thinking of techniques that you're developing, or like word encoded shellcode, just as an example, that more novel techniques that you just kind of learn as you go, right? Just again, thinking outside the box. So I think it's really important aspect of the job because if you're not being too creative or you're relying on already built tools, then you might be detected or they're already signatured and there's IOCs out there for them, so it gets difficult that way. So having your own custom stuff, your own fun, novel techniques is the way to go, yeah.
And I also think that creativity comes with the problem, right? Usually everything that I write have a purpose at some point in my life, right? If I come up with a tool, it's not just because I wanted to publish random code on the internet, it's because I was facing an issue and it kind of forced me to be creative. It's not like, oh, let's try to, come up with something, publish it and whatever. It's like, okay, I have a problem, I have to solve it now. So it kind of also forces you to be creative on the spot.
So you'd say that challenges breed creativity in your case then?
At this point, yeah, because I've been looking at computers for way too long, so I lost my creativity, you know.
All right, last question, and that's where we want to hear you brag. So let me explain. What's your biggest win or trophy, and what unique challenges that you have to overcome? So please share any tips, tricks, story of things both of you had that you want to brag or be proud of. We're all listening.
I can think one on the top of my head. Red team for a big financial institution. Had initial access. We were in the environment. Had to escalate privileges. That's fine. And one of the objectives was to try and do a Swift transfer. So I don't know if anyone knows or understands Swift or the backend framework of how it actually operates. It's extremely complex. Basically, we had to go through endless amounts of documentation, diagrams, understanding, research in Swift, both public knowledge as well as a lot of internal knowledge from the organization that we pulled from their internal repos, shares, from systems of users who use Swift, having to do all that, internal recon. And then eventually we ended up kind of just understanding the framework of how the Swift app works internally at the bank so well that we could kind of do it better than they could. I was actually on a call with the client and they wanted to do it live with us and actually did able to do a Swift transfer live with the client in real time while using someone else's cookies. Plugging the cookie dumping, definitely a good idea. And I was able to do a live demo, a real Swift transfer of like a $1 transaction for fun with the client.
Nice. I guess probably my biggest brag is probably testing nuclear power plant and stuff like that, aircraft, trains, all these little funny things. But as weird as it sounds, I think my biggest brag, because I'm really bad at this bragging thing, is to keep things simple. I know it's going to sound weird, but I've seen that people tend to overcomplicate stuff, right? And I'm part of a great team. I have like a great boss. She knows who she is, but honestly, like she makes the huge difference. And at the end of the day, she allowed me to be creative in that simplicity, right? And it's always nice to help your team keep that simplicity in mind. You don't need like to train 20 million tools to get things done. So keep it simple. It's like the cookie thing. For example, I told you that EDR actually taking care of NT query object. I could have, added some EDR evasion in there just to get the data. I was like, no, you don't need that. All I need is a simple loop that go through a number, and eventually you'll get the exact same result, right? So I could have spent hundreds of hours, be like, okay, I'll hook the kernel, blah, 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 just to get the data. But at the end of the day, keep it simple. And having a company or people surrounding you that are willing to listen to what you want to provide as value is probably what makes you wake up in the morning and become a better version of yourself.
All right, well, thank you very much. Again, on behalf of NorthSec, we're very happy to have you on stage. It was very valuable. So again, a warm thank you to both of you, and have a great day.
Thank you.